Eon Kane, what's up, dude? Favorite feature predator, dude. I don't even know how you found that. I know it was on like a Twitter. I used Twitter for like 4 days. I didn't even know that was there anymore. I want to look up for Alligator and Cyndaquil's or Typhlosion's stats. Because I don't know what starter I want to get. I know it's not Bayleaf. I don't want that. Or Chikorita. I'm mixing all the forms. Special attack and speed. That sounds like what I want. Because pretty sure in this generation, in Gen 2, they can learn... Typhlosion can learn the like Thunder Punch... I think it just can learn Thunder Punch. Can't learn Ice Punch. But, that's very good. And you can... I'm pretty sure you can buy it at the department store. For Alligator would be nice, because I think he can learn, like... Ice Punch? Maybe? Maybe I'm wrong on that. What's up, DTQ? How you doing? I'm not terminally online like you. You boys ready? I have yellow. This is the one we did the yellow video. That's got a lot of stuff we need. We don't have to do, you know, like... Really, we got to focus on just Gen 2 stuff, which is nice. We don't have to, like, replay Gen 1. Ice Beam? Yeah. So it's like... Do I get Ice Beam things for Alligator? Because, like, really, like, I don't have to do, like, a full team, right? The point is to complete the Pokedex. It's not to, like, make the funnest team and... You know, I played Gen 2 a bazillion times. That's a lot of bazillions, dude. Just want to look up real quick. Gen 2 by TM. Yeah, so it can learn Thunder Punch. It can learn Iron Tail too. And Earthquake. But Earthquake is physical. Let's look at for Alligator. For Alligator, just want to look at its stats. Okay. So heavy on attack, which doesn't work well with oh, I was looking at Mega for Alligator. Yeah, so still good on attack, but like what does it learn? It can learn Blizzard, Ice Punch. I think I'm going to go with Typhlosion. Now let me recorrect and make sure I wasn't going to... Oh, I guess Mega Typhlosion doesn't exist. Yeah, so I got the stats right. Alright, let's get going. We got some Pokemans to catch. What's up, Brett Scott? You're an expert in? Nice. How you guys been? How's your weekend? Finishing up work, getting ready to work for my weekly D&D sesh. When I saw you playing Crystal, had to pop in for background noise. Appreciate you. We'll have fun. What kind of character? I know I'm asking you questions when you're about to go play, but what kind of character are you playing, dude? Alright, so here's the fresh start. I wanted to make sure that it's still saved. These batteries were replaced in 2018, but I barely played any of them. I played the Gen 1 games for the first time since getting the new batteries in that first video. Gen 2... pretty much for the first time right now since getting new batteries. If you don't play them much, the batteries can last up to like 20 years. But I still was paranoid. I wanted to make sure they saved. So I went gold, silver, and crystal, made sure they all saved. And they do, and they hold a save, so I should be good. And then I chose the female character because it'll be easier to recognize. Like when, you know, because I'm thinking I only have to play one other version to get the rest of what I need, if I did my research correctly, me and Wes. So it's Crystal to get most of what we need, and then you only have to play like Gold or Silver to get any of the stragglers. Like Mareep, famously. Depends on what the rest of the part is. I've got a level 5 Swashbuckler Rogue, who is a bit of a klepto. I've got a level 2 Wildfire Druid, who, if he's sober, just wants to burn everything high, just wants to heal everyone. That's nice. That's cool. Sorry, I gotta make sure... There we go. Okay. Sorry, I want to put my Pokedex counter thing, have it ready to go. Actually, this is after our South African friend, Wes. He gets to be Wesley. What's up, Alex? Thanks a lot, Alex. Appreciate it, man. Which video did you find me from? And what'd you do this weekend? Appreciate you, Alex. Have a good night. Awesome. Sweet. Well, hopefully I can stream sooner someday so you can hang out. I have OCD with this. Like, I'm pretty sure he gives you an item. I forget what it was, but I want to get it. I know in, like, Heart Gold Soul Silver, he forces you to do this, but it's because he gives you the running shoes, I think. Something like that. So Sacred? All is great, dude. Life is awesome. Hope yours is. What did you do this weekend? What's up, Miss Echo? Where have you been, dude? I feel like I haven't talked to you in a while. How's your weekend? My girlfriend's still playing Blue version. She came over and we used my same setup with this to play on the big screen. And she got the Sylph Scope, so she's going back to Lavender Town. And her team right now is pretty cool. It's so she loves Clefairy and Clefable. So she had to catch one of those in Mountain Moon. And by the way, I didn't help her. She just happened to get lucky because it's kind of a rare encounter. So she ran into one. She's like, "Oh, I'm gonna catch it." So she caught a Clefable or Clefairy. So she has Squirtle, Wartortle, Clefairy. Sorry, Wartortle, Clefable, Flareon, Diglett. She likes Diglett a lot, and she wants to catch a Snorlax because she saw it on the overworld, and she's like, "Is that a Pokemon?" I'm like, "Yeah." And so she's like, "Can I catch it?" I'm like, "Yeah, but we have to get the Pokeflute." And I was like, "But then you can catch it and you can use it." And she's like, "I want to use it." I'm like, it's a great Pokemon, especially in Generation 1. But I was like, "You haven't even really seen it yet." She's like, "Oh, it just looks cute on the overworld." I was like, "Okay, fair enough." Nice. Congrats, by the way, Echo. Only 15 left in Gen 3, chipping away at Gen 4 now. Sacred, I did mine. I've only had to add from my Pokedex since Gen 6. Back when like Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire came out, I decided to create my living dex back then. So ever since, I've only had to like add the new generation. But I created mine back. This would have been like 2015. Oh, it's already holding one. I forgot that. Girl is only like cute Pokemon. That's what's funny because I agree with you. And like by my determination, Squirtle, just Squirtle, is the cutest out of all three of the originals, and she shows us Squirtle. And then she does not like how they evolve because she's like, "Wait, does like Charmander evolve into Charizard?" I was like, "Yeah, eventually." And she's like, and then she looked at the game cartridge of Blue, and she's like, "Does Squirtle turn into this?" I'm like, "Yeah." She's like, "That's not cute." And I was like, "I know." So of course she only likes cute Pokemon, and I didn't tell her what it was, but I was like, she likes Gen 1 enough that she's gonna play Gen 2, and that encourages me because I was like, well, that's good because I think that it becomes more user friendly as you play the generations. They become more accessible and easier to understand, I think. And I was like, I already know who you're going to choose in Generation 2. She's like, who? I'm like, I'm not going to say it. But I was like, I know who you're going to choose. And she's going to choose Chikorita. She already likes Oddish. She saw a trainer in the game have Oddish. She's like, oh, I like that Pokemon. I'm like, I know. Wigglytuff is the perfect balance of cute and huge power. I don't... Dude, Rival's going to kick my ass. Give me a crit. No, give me a crit. He's ruthless. Okay, give me a crit now. It's my turn. Oh, I thought it was going to be dumb AI and use Leer. Dang it. We're not talking about that in the video. We're going to lie. Guys, don't ever talk about that in the video. The people who watch the stream should be my most loyal compadres. What's our rival's name? What's up, Soul? So, you don't need Celebi to get the diploma. So I don't need to get Celebi. It's hard to, like, word that into a title. Like, I'm getting the diploma is, like, not catchy. So I'm still tinkering. I still tinker with the first video. My Gen 1 video. But the idea, because, like, people are like, well, how are you going to get it without Mew? Well, in Gen 1, you could easily glitch for Mew. But even if you didn't, you don't need Mew to get the diploma. You need everything else, though. I know his name is Silver canonically. How do you get Celebi usually? Is it available in the basic cartridge? So, I don't know that America ever got the event for Celebi. I'm not sure about that. But how you normally get Celebi in the Japanese cartridge, my Crystal version my Crystal video talked about this, was you got the cell phone adapter to play online, and it would transmit a GS ball to you. You take the GS ball to the shrine. It would do like a cutscene, and then you could face Celebi. And when they made because in America they didn't do the or in Europe they didn't do the cell phone thing. They just took the event out, so you couldn't get Celebi. Like naturally. We'll just go with Silver. Fuck it. And then when it came to Virtual Console, they made it native to the game. And that's how... I don't know if I've ever showed you guys Punyon, but I caught a shiny Celebi. I was hunting for it. 13,000 soft resets, but I caught a pink onion in... Crystal, and I sent it all the way up. Graduating Gen 2. My missus got goes for anything black. Her baby, it's her dog. I caught an alpha houndoom last night, and she took the game from me to admire it and nickname it. Oh, that's cute. Yeah, I don't remember if there's a video where... I think I showed it in my crystal video, maybe, or maybe I just used an image, but... I don't know, I feel like I can... I think it's still in home. Hold on, I want to look now. I have no idea where my beloved is anymore. But it's the only time I did full odd shiny hunting. Ever since I made a living dex in Gen, like, 6, I've specifically not... Yeah, 13,000 soft resets. It's fucking bullshit. Ever since then, it was worth it, but I don't have it in me, okay, guys? I'm not a shiny hunter like that. I find ways to make it... See, I can just never be pleased. I get the shiny charms because I want it to be easier, but then there's a level that's, like, too easy. What's in the dex? On the Gen 2? There's just Cyndaquil right now. But we're looking right now for my shiny Celebi from the Virtual Console. Because I want to show you the guys that I'm totally authentic and legit. I'm totally a real gamer. But how you doing, Opheron? How was your weekend? Like, maybe if I was autistic and didn't have a job. It might be, like, in Scarlet Violet or something. Oh, dude, here's... I caught a Cresselia in a Moonball in Gen 7. A shiny Cresselia. How's that? Get it? Moonball? Cresselia? You fed the baby and go back to sleep soon. Okay. I understand. I do have text-to-speech, but you have to donate. You have to give me money. Oh, there it is. Look, guys. Punyon. The pink onion. It's in a normal Pokeball, because on Virtual Console you can't really manipulate that or do anything with it. It says, caught in the Johto region. When was it? It says, seems to have had a fateful encounter in the Johto region. In the good old days, is how they list a Virtual Console one. February 1st of 2011. That's not right. Oh, so I think the DS had that date. This was caught in, like, 2018. But I think it's the DS just had a fucked up date. Opheron, yeah, there's other people on the YouTube chat. If you look at the bottom right of your screen, you can see it's on screen it's an integrated chat, but for now you're just alone, and I'm sorry. I'm almost tempted to not stream on Twitch anymore because it's hard to I stream like really obscure games, and I'm not like a speedrunner, like I'm not consistent on one game constantly. So like, who's ever gonna find me on Twitch? Like, you'd have to find me on my YouTube channel and watch from there. YouTube is much easier for that kind of thing because they'll just put it, as long as you're subscribed to them, they'll put it on somebody's home screen. Alright, now we know how to catch Pokemon. So I'm kind of wondering, like, how many Gen 1 Pokemon I need to catch if I'm going to transfer a lot from Yellow version. You know what I mean? Like, is it even necessary? I would still need to catch, like, you know, Pidgey and Pidgeotto, because I could just transfer over Pidgeot. What's funny is your YouTube consistently pulls in a lot more viewers than the Twitch, which I swear only works for VTubers. I agree. Usually, you know, there's huge YouTubers who their streams are like 50 viewers, and they'll have like hundreds of thousands of subs. It's like, I get it though. It's a platform for something entirely different. But yes, my YouTube viewership is always much higher when I stream than on Twitch. But that's the thing, is discovery on Twitch is like, it's totally like backwards. Like if you ever stream obscure, because it's like somebody has to be specifically, if they're not already following you, they have to be specifically looking for that game. Like the person, Falk84, found me through, because he just loves Final Fantasy 1, but there's no other way he would have ever seen my anything. Alright, so I can't get a Hoot Hoot right now, but I can get a Hoppip at 5%. Sentret and Furret are unironically my favorite of the early game normal type variants, out of like all the generations. Okay, Farron, appreciate you. I'm just doing this for XP. I'll take a look at the... So Route 29, we can get Hoppip. But the next one... Route 30... Hoppip is still 5%. Kick it, Ladybug. Yeah, so with the day and night cycle, we're going to have to come back a few times to different areas. 'Cause I think it's 2 p.m., so it's like midday right now. I didn't know you could catch Poliwag at 20% at night on Route 30. That's interesting. I always thought you needed, like, surf to do the little pond. Yeah, Echo, I'm not sure. I'm kind of thinking about doing one of those, you know, we'll just solo with Cyndaquil. Because the idea is not really to, like, play through and, like, do a retrospective. It's just dex completion, you know? That's wow, I didn't know Weedle's a 5% encounter in Route 30. Maybe we should just be in... We should be in Route 30 doing this because we have potential to run into... Weedle. I should be doing that, I guess. What's up, Rada? A specialized fall swiper, that's true. Do you have any recommendations? Maybe what about like Parasect? Pretty sure you can get a Paras in the Ilex Forest. So you could do like, I'm not positive. I think in Gen 2 it can learn Sleep Powder or Spore, right? So, and then it can learn Fall Swipe. And it can learn Cut, so it can be our Cutty boy. Smeargle springs to mind, but it might be bad in Gold Silver Crystal. Yeah, we have to like revert our brains to Gen 2. That's why it's going to be awesome to have Typhlosion with Thunder Punch. Because in this generation, it's sweet. Spore on Paris is good, yeah. How you been, Retta? How's life? How's your weekend? We're back. Bathroom real quick. Matthew Holloway, thank you for the subscription on YouTube's. Listening while you're buying groceries, nice. What's up, Crit Nerd? Where you been, fool? Haven't seen you in a long time. How long do you think this is going to take for you? I have no idea, dude. That's a great question. It's going to be definitely more difficult than... So two factors. Okay, so do you remember... I don't know if you were here for the Gen 1 video, but in the Gen 1 video, I actually played Stadium first, and I unlocked the Doduo and Dotrio Tower, right? Well, they thought of that for Gen 2, and you can only use the Doduo and Dotrio Tower in Gen 2 on Pokemon Stadium 2 if you've beat the Elite Four. So I can use it, but I have to beat the Elite Four. Then I can use it for, like, you know, going back to Kanto. And maybe it's worth thinking about. You know, maybe it's worth thinking about. Once I get to that point, you know? Life, man, it's okay. Just teasing. So maybe after we beat the Elite Four, I can go play a little bit of Pokemon Stadium. Get the ultimate time speed. That would change recording process, though, because right now I'm playing on the Game Boy GameCube peripheral. Oh, God. Chad, thanks for subbing on YouTube. Oh, I'm struggling. Gotta get my gamer position. What's really helpful for the script too is that Crystal added the signs, so I can easily, because I'll be honest with you guys, I don't care how long I play these games, I don't remember routes at all. Like I remember towns and cities, but I don't remember routes. So it's really useful that they put the route up there, and I go okay, and on the script I can write down like what I'm gonna catch here. Enjoy the Pokemon Conquest video. I didn't realize there was that many story routes. I'd love to see Pokemon have more crossovers with other franchises. I think Conquest deserves another one. It's so good. I had so much fun playing that game. It was the only time I played it simultaneously. I was playing an emulator for the video, and then I was playing on my actual physical cartridge casually after I would stream. I've been watching your entire channel for 2 weeks now. It single-handedly got me back into Pokemon. Has been giving me and my son that we do. Thanks a lot, man. Appreciate you, Chad. I'm glad you and your kid can do that. And I appreciate you watching my content, man. Just excited to bring you more. You're watching the next one right now. You're kind of part of it. You're in it now. You're in too deep. Have the kid watch too. Everybody, not just your nuclear family. Get the whole family watching. Everybody's in too deep. Yeah, this is the next one. We're doing something I had longed to do growing up. Thought it was impossible. Did it for Gen 1. Doing it for Gen 2. And I don't know that I'd ever do it for Gen 3, to be honest. I think the novelty is just getting that little diploma. And then by the time you get to Gen 3, I already have like a living dex that I made from like Gen 3 all the way up. I've already done that. It's before I was making content, though. I'm commenting on the phone while I watch on the TV as we're playing Heart and Soul. Oh, that's so cool, dude. So you guys are playing... Are you guys playing, like, on real... You guys are playing, like, on real DSs with the real carts and stuff, and you guys get the trade? That's so cool. Just discovered your channel and watch all your Pokemon videos this past week. I've ordered new batteries for my original cartridges and planning to play through Blue and Crystal again. Wow, guys, that's very flattering. That's really cool that, like, you know, you first of all that you watch my stuff, but also that it's making you want to go and replay. So I'm glad. Thank you for sharing that. That makes me feel really good. Not that I don't still because I love what I do. I love making content. I truly mean that. But the other day, like somebody commented and they timestamped on my red and blue video. And I hadn't watched those videos in a long time. What's up, Pumpkin Man? And so I hadn't watched my own videos, those older ones, in a long time. And I clicked on the timestamp to see what they were talking about. And something I noticed was like, you know, not to pat myself on the back, but you know, because the video's not like amazingly well edited. You know, I'm much better now than I was then. But something that like you can hear my passion for Gen 1 and 2. Like it's so clear, you know, because like now I'm in the era where I'm playing games that are closer to contemporary times, or I'm playing them for the first time, so there's like no nostalgia to lean on. You know what I mean? I'm purely just talking about an experience as far now for games that I haven't played as much as I have in the first generations, or ones I've never played at all. And I still have passion for what I do, but you can never replace like those moments of childhood. You know what I mean? And what's really special is like on the Final Fantasy video, I make it very clear that like I'm new to the series and stuff, and it's been so cool having veteran of the series like comment and be like, oh, like this was my Pokemon. Like I'm so nostalgic for the first Final Fantasy, and it's just really cool. That's kind of what I wanted to do. Either you've never played the games and you could be like me and watch the video. Maybe you don't have the time to play through it. Or you love the series and you're like, oh, someone playing this game for the first time? That's crazy. Gen 3 is kind of difficult because it requires nearly every game in that gen. Yeah, I guess I didn't think about that. My thing is I just don't have the interest, because I don't think there's any like diploma thing you can get. And for some reason I've always wanted to complete the Gen 1 Pokedex and the Gen 2 Pokedex. For some reason it doesn't extend beyond that. Even though I have a living dex. Like, but I mean for content. It's just like I'm not really interested in revisiting like doing this kind of thing as a full-length stream. This is just kind of this is like a spin-off for me. Definitely your early mainline Pokemon and Stadium videos reminded me how much I love those games as a teenager. Yeah. Oh, so you were a teen during that time? That's interesting. If you don't mind, how old are you? Because I would have been, I think, you know, Stadium and Red and Blue came out, I think it was 1998. So I would have been like 7. God, I still remember when, I don't know if I talked about it in the Stadium video, but I remember it was, dude, when Stadium came out, it was so funny, dude. Like, we were all in my buddies, we lived in an apartment complex, and we were in one of my buddies' houses, and it was like, dude, it was like a Mike Tyson fight. Like, we were screaming, we're like, oh, this is crazy! Just like watching the characters, and when nobody cared, like nobody knew at our age, we didn't know like what moves were actually good. It's just what sounded cool. So like, we didn't think the rentals were bad, you know? We were like, oh, these are great. Everybody had like Mewtwo on their team and the birds. But you're interested in retrospectives of other games? It's just you don't want to complete the Dex. Yes, exactly. So like, yeah, let me clarify. I'm interested in doing retrospectives on the other games. I'm not interested in like Dex completion in other games. This is like, so like, for example, right now we're in the Gen 6 era of my video series. So I want to do like an Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire playthrough. And then after that we can do Gen 7, right? I'm still going to do those like retrospective / you know, I call them experience videos. Cause I try to mix like talking in it in retrospect, but also like doing a fresh playthrough. Cause the point is to like see if my biases remain the same, or if I've never played it before. Do I think the game is good or bad, or why not? Sorry to ramble, but yes, I plan on continuing the retrospectives. Pokemon, Final Fantasy. I was debating, Fallout Season 2 comes out next month, and I was like, maybe I should play Fallout 4. But I find that I just got to do what I want, because I think I do my best work when I just do literally what I want. And then for whatever reason, I just wanted to do this right after Conquest. And then I already have the feeling I want to do Final Fantasy 2 after this. So sometime in December when Season 2 of Fallout comes out, maybe I'll be done with these 2 videos, and I can do I wanted to do a Fallout 3, play as a pyromaniac. That seems kind of fun. But I could also... The thing with Fallout 4 is I have a lot of opinions about Fallout 4. But here's the thing, I've never played Fallout 4's DLCs, any of them. So that would be a fresh experience for me. Your Gen 1 retrospective immediately put me back into being 8 years old when my mom got me my first Game Boy Color and Red version. So naturally it all came out of storage containers. That's awesome, man. That's so cool. When was the last time you probably, played them or used them? Probably that same era, maybe? I remember ORAS, and I remember ORAS being fun, although it felt like it was way too easy because the experience share. I don't remember I think I played through each one once when they first came out. The thing is, I'm excited to play. If you've ever watched my Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald videos, I didn't really grow up playing them that much, and I loved playing them recently for the video. Now I get it, because I kind of, through the years, I heard how much people like Gen 3. And I was like, well, I like I played Leaf Green a lot, because I was stuck in my uncle's cabin for a whole summer, and I played that game. But I didn't play the other Gen 3 games. And now I love them. Now I'm like, okay, I get it. These are sweet. So that's why I'm kind of excited for playing ORAS again. Oh, I'm 33, primary school when Red and Blue came out. Didn't play Stadium until high school when me and my friends would play Pokemon Stadium tournaments. Oh, that's so cool. Primary school. So are you from the UK? The Hoenn aesthetic, yeah. It can never beat the originals. What, Gen 2 can't be the originals? Gens 3 and 2 are the only ones with so many neat Pokemon that I have a hard time choosing just 6. I'm shocked my girlfriend is, I kind of was worried she wouldn't have fun playing Blue, but she's actually having a good time. And she's getting good with typings too, because, I kind of like to do, I am the Oracle. If you ever have questions, I'll answer them, but I'm not going to, play for you or tell you who to play with. And I was watching her last night, and she's getting good enough with typings where, okay, the opponent sent out an Arbok, and she took out her War Turtle and sent in her Diglett to use Dig, which is super effective. And I was like, I was so impressed. I was like, great job. And she's like, what? I'm like, you knew that typing? Because, electric being good against water kind of makes sense. Water being good against fire obviously makes sense. So when she knew that, I was, so impressed. Because she knows nothing about Pokemon. And she wanted to play... She's like, oh, I kind of want to play Pokemon. And she was down with doing it for another girlfriend experiences video. And I told her I was like, which ones do you want to play? I was like, we could play Let's Go Eevee and Pikachu. I haven't played those myself. And those are remakes of the very first ones. And I thought it would be really accessible to her. She's like, what are the first ones that ever came out in America? I was like, you want to play those ones? And she's like, yeah. I'm like, well, I support it because I love Gen 1 and 2. I was like, but just know that those are older games. They're a little bit clunkier. She's like, okay. And then I showed her, she's like, oh, I can play that. And I was like, let's do it. Oh, by the way, guys, she had a great question with the Pokemon on screen. She kept calling it Caterpie. And I let her keep saying it, and like right before we went to bed, I said blah 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 Caterpie, and she's like Caterpie, what's that one? I was like, oh, it's the one you keep calling Caterpie, and she's like, why is it called Caterpie, or why is it called Caterpie? And I looked at Caterpie's name, and I was like, I think it is spelled Caterpie, isn't it? I really like Let's Go Eevee and Pikachu. Definitely recommend. Do you think I'll like it? Like, okay, I'm worried about it being easier, and I'm worried about me not liking the catching mechanics because I never got into Let's Go. Like, Volton, do you also like Let's Go? Cater Pie? What was in the dark cave? There's Geodude. We can get Bellsprout on Route 31. Yeah, let's do Bellsprout. Oh, Dunsparce. Yeah, let's get that out of the way. Some people consider Eevee Pikachu the first Legends games. Oh, really? Why? Oh, because like the overworld Pokemon. What years were you in the Navy, by the way? Our life paths are very eerily similar. July 26, 2011 until November of 2018. Tell me of your life, Chad. Were you in? What was your rate? I was a Master at Arms with a dog handler NEC. Re-experiencing a previous zone while recontextualizing a core mechanic. Okay. Google AI is saying it's pronounced Caterpie. Caterpie. So are we all wrong? Oh, I have to take a picture of this for her. She's gonna feel so justified. Because she asked me last night, and I looked at it with her, and I was like, I really didn't have a good answer for her. The pronunciation from the anime. Right. Noel something. Thank you for subscribing on YouTube. AE3 station on the Wasp at the Norfolk Naval Station. Are you still in? God help you being stationed in Virginia. No, check the anime. Are you serious? So where did we all... And by the way, and I want justice for myself. Was there an anime where they said Rattata? Because I was saying Rattata for like 15 years until somebody corrected me. And I swear the anime said Rattata. Don't really care for Pokemon Go. I really like the art style of the remakes and had fun completing the deck, seeing Okay, so you sound like me. Because I don't care for Pokemon Go. But everything you said after that, I think I would like it too. To be fair, the original anime called a rice ball a donut, correct? Yeah, that's true. A donut. That's so stupid. Yeah, when I hear localization stories, because now, luckily, they don't. I don't blame the Japanese companies because they'd go to American localizers, and the localizers would just get crazy. Well, the American kids would never understand this. I would know what a rice ball was. Or if they would have said rice cake or something. But luckily now, nobody listens to them anymore, and they just make the game. They just translate it. I'm like, good. Give me rice balls and not donuts. Like, that's why Link couldn't have a cross on his shield. Because they're like, Americans can't handle that. 4Kids is so hilarious. I want to know, like, somebody can help me with my memory. Did anybody watch... I know this may sound like a stupid question. How about that? For the people... Let me rephrase. For the people who watched Toonami, was there a version of Dragon Ball Z where they showed blood, and then there was another version in America where they didn't? Because I saw that as a kid. I was like, what is this? Get it off screen. Show me blood! Yu-Gi-Oh! Had some amazing censorship moments. Can you tell me some? 12 to 16, Navy counselors prioritized their re-enlistment award over my career, so I walked away. I would have stayed, but it would have been med-sept shortly after due to back injury. We should have stayed in for it. Unless you got your money afterwards. Yeah, I got a bit disgruntled too. Not on Toonami, probably Adult Swim. Ah. Does anybody remember if you stayed up even past Adult Swim, they'd start playing the Jetsons? That's how you knew you messed up and you stayed up way too long. Oh, my girlfriend also had her first experience of, she bumped her Game Boy, so her blue version froze. And she was like, what? I'm like, okay. I was like, it's funny. She's like re-experiencing things that we had to deal with as kids. And I'm like, don't worry, babe. We all dealt with it. So what we did, by the way, I was like, I kind of explained the trading concept to her. Like, hey, you know, because I have all the original carts, and I was telling her, I was like, well, if you like the first gen and you want to do another video and play again, we could play Generation 2 after this. And I was like, and if you get attached to any of your Pokemon, you can transfer them up. I was like, do you think that's like a really big deal to you? She's like, no, because like I can play them as like isolated experiences. I was like, okay, perfect. So I put on her Steam Deck, you know, Generation 2 and 3. I was like, okay, so you shouldn't have to worry about like knocking anything and the game freezing ever again. And also with the Steam Deck, you could just turn it off, the Steam Deck, and when you turn the Steam Deck back on, the game will still be there, you know what I mean? But, because she also had to get used to saving, and she had to get used to turning the console off, because she used to play a DS a lot. She used to play Cooking Mama on the DS, and she could just collapse the DS and it would, you know, kind of pause. Some insight on the Caterpie situation. It appears it's nearly identical to the Japanese Caterpie. Yu-Gi-Oh! My favorite is when the guards, or whatever they were, busted on Kaiba. In the Japanese version, they're pointing guns at Kaiba. In the English version, they're pointing at him. Fighting the VA now, but yeah, in retrospect, forcing them to med-set me would have been way more convenient. Yeah, that's what I was getting at. When they force you to get out, it's like they're basically also waving the white flag and saying you have issues, like physically, and they are the ones acknowledging it. Hey, by the way, Chad, don't feel bad because I have issues too, and I was so eager to get out that I basically everybody was saying, bro, document everything, you know, the whole spiel, and I was like, no, I'm getting out, I'm done, like I'm so done with this. Um, Bellsprout's only supposed to be 20%. Where are you? Hold on, I'm gonna get my little lamp. I want a little bit more lighting. Thank you. Oh, am I streaming original hardware? So for the first video, it was on an N64 that I hooked up to a capture card with a HD, like an AV to HDMI converter, and now I'm doing the Game Boy Advance player on a GameCube, and that is hooked up to HDMI, but the cartridge is a real cartridge with refreshed batteries that I replaced in 2018, thereabouts. 2018 or 19. And then I have the other ones. This yellow version was the one if you watched the first video, I got the diploma on that one. So this has a completed Pokedex. And it has a bunch of stuff we're going to need to have transferred over. Wait, did it? I killed it. Yeah, clever. So, Dens, it's still gonna take a long time, but a lot of luckily we have a lot of carryover from the first gen that is gonna make this a bit easier. But I mean, we still have to, now I'm gonna see, I never said I'm trying to do everything on the hardest mode possible, but check this out. So there's legendary beasts, right? I was gonna say legendary dogs. I call them legendary dogs. So there's legendary beasts, right? Well, in Crystal, we know that one of them is like static during story mode, right? And the other two are roaming. Well, rather than having to hunt them down over and over again, we can use the Master Ball on one of them in this game. And then we already have to play through we have to play through Gold or Silver. I'm going to get another Master Ball. Well, I transfer that Master Ball over, and I can get the other one. Okay, so you guys ready to go get Dunsparce? Apparently in the morning you can catch Teddy Ursa in there too, which is, I did not know that. Do I have enough? How many Pokeballs do I have? Do I have plenty? Dang it, sorry. 16, that should be enough. Never mind, I'm paranoid. Let's go get like 10. Alright, Dens. Have a good one. Ooh, I don't have a Weedle. God, I love the music. Oh, I only have $200? Dang. Yeah, banger OST. So good. That, you know, the only disappointment I have with my girlfriend playing Gen 1, she's like not playing with the volume on. Because she'll like listen to audiobooks or watch TV while she's playing. So she hasn't been playing with the music on, and I'm like, no, you're missing it. Call me pro Jared, the way I love this game's soundtrack. Jeez. Kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place on this one. The music is a core part of the Pokemon experience. No multitask allowed. I know. I was, and her and I talked about that. In it doesn't even matter if you're like ADHD or something. Back then, yes, there was TVs, but it was like all your focus was like you had this cool gaming device in the palm of your hands. Like you didn't need any other stimulus. And she was like, "Oh yeah." She's like, when I was a kid, like, you know, if I ever saw a Game Boy, she's like, I was totally enthralled. But like as an adult, it's like just there. You know, I was like, you don't know what you're missing. I made her listen to the Lavender Town theme because she loves scary stuff and horror movies and stuff. And I was like, she's gonna like that. And she listened to it. She's like, this is so scary. She's like, I love it. I was like, I got her with one. The 4 generations of wasted slot. Thank you. I'm paranoid now if I even have enough for Dunsparce. Perfect. What's up, Zoila? Yeah, the cave is dark. Do you want to know the name of the cave? Two frames of animation is so much, it's insane. I agree. This, like, was revolutionary, okay? I was one of the first kids in my neighborhood to get Crystal. Dude, I was very popular. For about 3 days. Until everybody else got it. The bright cave, yeah, correct. Ding, ding, ding. Oh, I flexed on my girlfriend hard yesterday. She was in the cave in, what's the cave? The rock tunnel? Whichever one goes to Lavender Town. And you know how you can clearly see the outline of like the sides, and if you follow the, you know, if you walk the sides of it, you don't need flash. Cause she's like, oh, this cave's really hard. Can you help me through it? And I said yes, because she had already gone through it, and that's when she knocked her Game Boy. She went through the whole cave by herself, and that's when her game froze because she knocked the Game Boy. And she was, you know, bummed out, and I was like, I can get you through that really quick. She's like, really? And I was like, yeah, I'll get you through it. And so I played, and I was like, showing off, because like, I know how to get through this. Been through this cave 1,000 times. And in those versions, it's not like this where it's like pitch black. They give you the outline of like the cliffs. Crit Nerd says, question for chat. What is everybody's favorite Pokemon from Gen 2? Crit Nerd, are you not asking me because you know the answer? Because I'd be so flattered. I think Eon K knows the answer. I'm included as well. Okay. Mine is Heracross. Pseudo-Wudo, no questions asked. Pseudo-Wudo's cool. Oh, good job, Eon Kane. He got it. I'm trying to think of like a second place. Magby, Houndoom. Oh, Houndoom is very cool. Magby's an interesting choice. Lugia. Lugia's cool. Heracross is a great choice. He's sweet, man. I do think I was still watching a little bit of the anime at that time, and didn't Ash have an Heracross and was like fantastic? Scizor. Yeah, come on, dude. Just when you think Scyther couldn't get any cooler. Donphan. Totodile, because the evolution line is very close second. So Donphan to this day I love. I mean, I love a lot of Gen 2 obviously, but Donphan, because come on. Does anybody remember when they first saw Donphan? Come on, tell me when the first time you guys saw Donphan was and how cool it was. What's up, Grimathy? How you doing? Sunflora? You trolling? What's up, Pain? Your favorite gen? I love Gen 2. Mewtwo Strikes Back opening? Correct. Opening scene of 2000 movie? Yes. That is a core movie for me too. Guys, I remember that theater going bananas. I remember the night. We were in Kirkland, Washington. And you know, they give you the card. Mine was Pikachu. But I wanted Mewtwo. I live in South America. We all thought the scene was fake. Meryl and Marie. Yeah, so Meryl and Marie are great. Speaking of Meryl, originally known as Peekaboo, anybody? I remember I was getting silver for my birthday. My dad pre-ordered it. Nice. I'll never forget when... So I must have gotten it a few weeks after Gold and Silver came out, because I think they came out in November. And I wasn't living at the apartments I've mentioned a few times before where like we all watch Pokemon Stadium. We were living in an apartment complex and I had like no friends, which was kind of good in the sense of I didn't know what I was missing yet. Like as a kid, I had no concept of like dates and times and when games came out. It kind of was just like, if I saw it on a commercial and it said buy now, then I knew it was available. So like, I didn't really like, I guess I would have been going to school though. I don't know. I just remember like not like losing my mind. Like I need to play Gen 2 right now. And it was Christmas of what, 2000? When did, I think they came out in 2000 or 99 was Gen 2. Something like that. I think it was 2000. And my mom had gotten me both. I asked for Crystal. She got me Crystal. But then under some more paper in the same box was Silver. And I was like, oh my God. And like, you know, as a kid, we all know there's only like a few differences. But as a kid, it was like, oh, I have both. I'm the coolest kid now. Peak small child energy. And no, not trolling. I really like Sudowoodo and Sunflora would be my sketch choice. Okay, I didn't mean to besmirch Sunflora. They definitely made the right choice with showing Donphan off as one of the first. Shame you get Phanpy so late in the game, yeah. You know, it's funny. That's one of the first things my girlfriend brought up. She's like, well, what if you want a Pokemon? Because she was like she was figuring out the structure of the game. And she's like, well, what if you want a Pokemon that you can't get till later, but you want to use it early, like during your whole playthrough? I'm like, that's a very good question. And that's unfortunately one of the downsides of how they structure the games is like, there's a lot of Pokemon you can't get till later. She's like, that kind of sucks. I was like, yeah, I know. And that's why one of the few things I defend, and I don't know if it's like good forever to do this forever, but like one of the few things I defend about Scarlet Violet was like, I did find that interesting that like when I played that, I've only ever played it once, but when I played, I was like, you know, it's pretty cool that I can like for example, when I played Scarlet Violet for the first time ever, I just made a dragon team because you could go around that whole map without really unlocking everything, and you could catch, I caught a full team of dragon Pokemon. I was like, I've never done that before. That's cool. You know, outside of a ROM hack, you know. Noctowl and Swinub. Line for Gen 2. I used both in Monograss Crystal run a couple years ago. Still have my 4 Pokemon movie 2000 cards. Great memory seeing it in cinema. Picked up my copy VHS recently. Nice. You suffer, yeah. You can get Phanpy in the first 30 minutes of the game because of the Route 45 has a grass patch at its very end where it loops. Hold on. Could we do that right now? It has a 1% spawn rate. Was this by design? All right, Chad, have you run the numbers? Is this not a false flag memory? Because we'll go and do it. I don't know if I'm gonna want to do 2 back-to-back 1%ers at a time, but you should be able to. Okay. I mean, that kind of sounds cool. I feel like I'll just use Phanpy as like one of my. I won't just use one Pokemon in the run if I can catch a Phanpy. I play my teams ahead of time. Now when I replay something, I breed them with egg moves and all that. So Zoil, I try not to. To Cerebi. Yeah, I try not to. Zoil, like for example, whenever the new, you know, I didn't look up anything for ZA. Whenever the new games come out, I'm not gonna look up anything, and I'm just gonna play it blind. That's the best way for me to enjoy the games now. It's like going completely blind. It's hard these days, you know, like I have a Discord for the channel, and I don't like having a bunch of rules or anything. So I'm not gonna be like, don't post spoilers, like do what you want. But sometimes it's unavoidable. Replays got you. Same. I've been loving ZA. The last game I played was like a Moon or the Gen 3 remake. So I didn't like Pain. I didn't like ZA at all. Like at all. But I wonder if I had a hiatus like you and I hadn't played one of the Pokemon games in a long time, maybe I'd be like into it. Yeah, Chad, I'm on Crystal. They fixed it, didn't they? I haven't played a fresh game since Ultra Sun Ultimate. Whoa, so you haven't played... Okay. Why do you think that is, Zoil? Route 45, I see a 5% chance for Phanpy. and we can reach Route 45 from the guardhouse in Route 29. You never bothered to get a Switch. Yeah, I don't have a Switch 2. I just don't see in the morning. Okay, it's daytime in my game. Actually, I forgot I played a bit of Switch games, but not a ton. I own them, but never could get into them. I did really like Arceus. Sorry, I always say Arceus, but for the Conquest video, I tried really hard to say Arceus. Because apparently that's the right way to say it. Because of the catch mechanics. Let's go. Arceus, ZA, and the only Pokemon games I've enjoyed on Switch so far. You make me want to play Let's Go now. I'll get there. The fact that ZA has the same mechanic, I love it. I literally catch every single Mon I come across now. I guess we'll have to wait on Phanpy then. I'm such a square. When it asked me the date and time in the game, I put in the real date and time for me. Because I thought about it. I was like, you know, if I play this game quick enough, I can get, like, Lapras, you know, maybe tomorrow. Maybe not today, but, like, probably if I stream tomorrow. You know, because Lapras at Union Cave is 1%. Or, sorry, every Friday. It grew on you. I have not even touched it since I did a video on it. I haven't touched it since then. I don't know how I feel about the real-time battles. I'm still a bit new to it, but I just find myself standing still and locking onto the enemy Pokemon. I actually came up with more things I didn't like about it after I posted the video. I don't like, you know, like why when you have a ranged Pokemon, why does it need to walk back to you, stand next to you to do its ranged attack? Do you ever notice that? And if the excuse is like, oh, it can't hear you, it's like, well, then how does it know to come back to me when you call it? Like, if it can't hear me. And then one of the things I pointed out that nobody's really giving me an answer about, I complained that there's like a delay because your Pokemon is doing an animation when it enters the battle, and people will say, oh, well, that's how the turn-based system worked for forever, so why are you complaining about that? It's like, well, which one is it? You're praising this new combat system that's supposed to be revolutionary and brand new. Why are you leaning on old mechanics of how it used to work for those? Secondly, it was balanced in the turn-based games because it was dependent on speed, you know? So, like, if you sent in you'd lose your speed advantage if you sent in a Pokemon, because now the other Pokemon has priority and can hit you, right? So there's like I get that. But in this one, if you notice, if it's supposed to be a game mechanic, what is the animation based on? Is it based on speed? Because some animation entrances are longer than others. So is it based on speed or is it not? Like, what is the mechanic? Like, the game doesn't explain, like, hey, if you switch out into another Pokemon, you know, you're giving yourself... It doesn't, like, explain the mechanic at all. So it's like, I feel like I notice some animations lasting longer than others, which isn't balanced, you know? So what is it based on? Is it just cool factor? And I think I'm I will not listen to any, like, it's your fault for playing on Switch 1, but I played on Switch 1. It's not my fault. They released the game on Switch 1, and my analogy is, because people are like, well, it's your fault for playing on Switch 1. It's like, how about you blame the company for releasing on Switch 1? And Breath of the Wild exists, so don't say that a game can't run well or look great on Switch 1. Nobody ever addresses that either. But on Switch 1... They're saying, like, well, I don't have delays on Switch 2. Like, you send in your Pokemon, there's not frame rate delays. And the analogy that I have, when you, like, if you go to a restaurant and you order a meal, and they ask you, would you like to upgrade it to Deluxe? And you say no. You get the meal, and it's, like, really undercooked. It doesn't taste that good, right? Like, it's cold. And you go to complain, and then imagine if another customer overheard you, and they go, well, that's your fault for not getting the Deluxe. Has that ever happened to you? Has that ever happened to you? No? Okay, so why do we do it with these products? Like, there's a weird thing people get, like, really defensive about. Music, video games, music and video games and like authors. You'll like have criticisms that you feel are well thought out, and they're just like, I can't believe you'd even like criticize this. Like, it's nonsensical to blame the consumer for like a game running poorly on a console. Like, what the running defense for the company isn't going to make the game better. I feel like the real-time system, there should be some iframes when swapping in the Pokemon, because that's what I said in the video. I was like, then do the cool entrance, because I understand that you still need to present like a fun, cool game. And by the way, I like the entrances do look cool, but I'm saying then give me the iframe, because it feels like the and I don't know that this is necessarily intended, but you know, when they send out a Pokemon, say you're battling somebody who has a Mega, it is like it's almost like a cutscene. How there's just no delay. They send in their Pokemon, it immediately gets to Mega. There's no like opportunity for you to hit them before they do a Mega, because you'd think that they're supposed, you know, the retort to me is that it's a mechanic. Oh, this is like the turn-based thing when you switch in a new Pokemon. So I don't know. Some NPCs will state the Pokemon take in their surroundings. What does that mean? How you doing, Iron Wall? How's your weekend? I do find it a bit frustrating sometimes too. I'm enjoying the combat for mixing up, since I'll be probably go back to turn-based next game. I understand. People for some reason get really butthurt when you say anything bad against Nintendo. I've learned through experience, it's not just Nintendo. You're right. What you're explaining right now is a major factor for me pushing me into retro gaming. You know, I thought about that too, Chad. Chad, I never am going to say something definitive. Like, I'm not going to play new games. I'm not suggesting you're saying that either. But what I'm saying is like, because I thought about this, I was like, is it just like, I'm a dinosaur and I'm only going to like things from the Jurassic era? You know what I mean? And no, like, I want to play new games too. But I really thought about that. And I'm like, you know, it feels like it's becoming a job, or it's becoming so difficult, either financially taxing or mentally taxing, to play new games. How cool is it? So I played Final Fantasy 1 for the channel. You know what was so cool? I started the game and I played the whole game, and like at no point was there like microtransactions or like, oh, don't worry, it gets better when you get into the DLC content or something. And I was like, you know, the original came out in '87. It's pretty cool. When you change mons at a battle, they stand there for a bit. Well, they're doing their animation when they do it, right? The thing you said at first, you know, they say that take in their surroundings. I mean, I don't. If that is the explanation for the delay, why are some animations longer than others? Because, like, for example, I had Blastoise in mind. Blastoise seems to last particularly long, and then I think I noticed Pidgeot's was like very quick. Pidgeot comes in, is like, ah, ready. Blastoise does like a, he's announces himself and he's like yelling for a second. It seems like it takes quite a bit, and the whole time the other Pokemon is like winding up an attack to hit you. So what I'm saying, like, in the stat screen, where is something that says that's the mechanic? Where can I learn about, like, oh, this Pokemon has a longer delay when it comes in versus this one? It's like, because here's what I'll tell you what I think, because I'm being a little bit facetious. I think the answer is they just wanted cool animations. Some last longer than others. And that it's not an intended mechanic that's based on numbers, or like speed or health or HP or something. Like, this Pokemon weighs more. I don't think it has anything to do with that. I think it's just they want cool entrances, right? And that's why my criticism was, okay, that's fine. And I think that's important to have a fun game where you get to see these Pokemon in fully 3D. I think it's fine to have entrances that are animated. But that's where my complaint came in, was like, okay, but give me an iframe then. if it's not tied to a mechanic and just some last longer than others, just give me the iframe. It's not that big a deal. All right, Sacred, have a good night. Definitely miss the days when games release as a complete package, but I don't think it's entirely a reason to cut yourself off for newer games. Monetary reasons is a whole other thing. Yeah, I agree, Crit. And the good news is, like, I always describe myself as like a PC gamer that buys Nintendo products sometimes. That's exactly how that's what kind of gamer I am. I'm a PC gamer, buys everything on Steam pretty much. And sometimes I buy Nintendo products. And where I'm getting at with that, you know, Steam, the sales, I mean, if I can buy with all the DLC a game that's like 70% off, I get all the DLC, and the game that normally is $60 or $70 is like $30, $25. Okay. Yeah, sure, throw in the DLC. I'm buying it for overall cheaper than the original price anyway. And I don't mind playing a new game, or a newer game. You know, a game that's not 20 years old. It's just, it's difficult. You know, when ZA came out, it's funny, in the video I said, I didn't want to buy day one DLC, and people were like correcting me. They're like, it's not day one DLC, that's misinformation. You get to play it next year. And I was like, hold on, that's actually worse than what I said, because you're saying you can pay for DLC now, you get like a little outfit, but then you can't play the DLC until next year? And that's like a defense? For me personally, it was my perspective that I was no longer valued as a customer and was nothing more than $sign to these companies. And you hit the nail on the head with the added stress for no reason to play a game. Yeah. There's also like, I know we're talking about the extreme of this spectrum, but like, I remember one year EA, it was either EA or like Ubisoft, and I forget what the game was. I just saw the image, and I saw it, like, it wasn't from a video, like I saw it on Steam. It might have been like an Assassin's Creed game or something, but it was like, okay, standard edition, and it had like no features, and then the middle edition, which had like some features, but then there was like the ultimate edition, which had all these other features, and it was like $100. And it was like added missions, added costumes. It was like, okay, so essentially what you're saying is the full game is $100. And I sat there thinking about it. I'm like, I was like, I wonder if psychologically this is like a shame effect, where they go, oh, you're gonna buy the base edition? You poor. Well, you're not gonna get the extra mission. What are you, poor? Hello, King. Hope you're well today. I'm excellent, Brewham. How you doing? I find myself mostly playing older games these days, but then I picked up Silent Hill F, got absolutely hooked, so I do enjoy some modern games here and there. Yeah, Volton, my logic is that, and I still, that's the thing, is I have faith and hope that there will still be good new games. There will be. Now, AAA studios, I don't know, because those are such, I mean, they're, oh god, the development process for new games is like grotesque monstrosities, and a lot of the time you're wondering if they're just, if it's like money laundering in some kind of way, because you're like, where did this money go? But I have faith in like indie companies. A game I loved was Kenshi. I love Kenshi, and it's not the graphics aren't great, right? Well, they're making Kenshi 2. Don't care how long it takes. Take your time. I want it to be great. And they're not a AAA studio, so it's like, I'm excited for that. Star Wars Outlaws is what you're talking about, and it was shitty soft. Okay, yeah. Speaking of Star Wars, I want to do Star Wars for the channel, but I need to be careful. I don't want to get too, because like I run into this, like, okay, I built my channel largely on Pokemon, and people are really, nobody's really impatient. So I can post like Final Fantasy. I never get comments that are like, why are you posting this? Post a Pokemon game. I never get that. Just if somebody's not interested, they're not gonna click on the video. I understand that. But right now, I've started to do Fallout. I've started to do Final Fantasy, and I kind of thought, I was like, oh, maybe I should just stick with those for a little bit. Finish one of them as a series, and then, you know, Pokemon I don't think I'll ever finish, because I can start doing like challenge runs and maybe Nuzlocke or something. Pokemon is like an endless fountain. And I enjoy it still. I still love Pokemon. But with like Final Fantasy, maybe I do like the first 10, and then I can play, I really want to do Knights of the Old Republic 1 and 2, and I want to do Pod Racer. I want to do the Battlefronts. Oh, how about some retrospectives on Battlefront, dude? Supergiant Games is a developer that always delivers complete packages games as well. I've been hooked on Hades 2 recently. My roommate, she's been playing Hades. I think she finally stopped because she got Outer Worlds 2. But she was playing Hades nonstop for like a month. Like nonstop. I'm good. Bit bummed out because GB operator wiped my yellow file last night and was only up to Vermilion, so it's not bad. But yeah, bummer. That does suck. Otherwise, live shooting you good. Nice. Oh, Volton. I think I saw Moist playing Silent Hill F, and it looked really good. I haven't played Silent Hill since Silent Hill 2, but F looked really cool. Hades is so good. Got to get back into it when I get Hades 2. Oh, Dunsparce. Dunsparce, where are you? What if we ran into a shiny before we ran into a Dunsparce? The first Hades got me into roguelikes. It somehow feels accessible and the game loop is rewarding. Well, I own both, technically, because I think I got both on sale on Steam. I will say I've only played the first one for like a few hours. I think I bought Hades 1 the same time I bought Vampire Slayer, or is that what that's called? Vampire Slayer? And that game, that game was a life send for my old job before I started doing YouTube. I would fly around a lot. You know, like international flights, like 12-hour flights. And God, having that game, dude. Psh, psh. The odds are obscene, surely not. Curb, I hope this is all part of a clip. I hope what I just said and what you just said, and we'll add that in the clip. Boom, shiny Zubat, we'll say. People will think fake. The Vampire Survivors. It's so good. It's so addictive. I think you literally don't even you just move around. I don't think during combat you even press any buttons other than moving the analog. But I promise they made it really fun. How you doing, Curb? The worst part is it happened in Archipelago for me. What do you mean? What are you talking about? There's a question for you. What is your first shiny you remember? The first... Oh, God, this is a great story. Well, I mean, you guys will be the judge. Oh, you're playing PLA? Nice. The first shiny I remember... Okay, this is the legend of the first shiny I ever saw. I need to do some backstory. So, when I started playing Gen 2... Before Gen 2 came out, my buddy had loaned me a Game Shark. And, I thought it was so cool, and I gave myself a Dratini as a starter, because it's either as a starter or you could like run in. You could tell what Pokemon you wanted to run into early in the game. So I used a Game Shark, and I thought Game Sharks were like bootleg hacking items. I didn't know that they were like actually like official in a capacity. So I used that on my yellow version on my Game Boy. Galley Boy, thank you for the sub on YouTube. So I need to keep that in mind, right? I did that. So Gen 2 comes out. I'm playing, I think, Gold. And the first shiny I ever ran into was a shiny Rattata. And I had no clue, because I had not seen Gyarados yet. I didn't know shiny Pokemon was a thing. I had no idea. So I run into a shiny Rattata, and it sparkles, and the screen goes crazy. And this was my reaction. I panic. I thought my game was broken, and I turned off my Game Boy. And, you know, I couldn't resist playing more, so eventually I started playing, and I was like, you know, I panicked. I was like, I think I cried. I think I broke my Game Boy, and it was doing weird things. It was like, by the way, the whole Game Shark thing, you know, because Gen 2 was coming out. I was so excited. It was like I was playing more Pokemon to, like, oh, I'm going to play this again before this comes out, right? I hadn't used the Game Shark in, like, weeks. It wasn't mine, it was my friend's. But I thought it had done something to my Game Boy. So the first shiny I ever ran into was a shiny Rattata, and I turned off my Game Boy response because I thought my Game Boy was hacked. What about you guys? What was your first shiny Pokemon experiences? Silent Hill F took about an hour or so to click with me, but I'm glad I stuck with it. Plan on giving 2 Remake a try at some point. Me too. Resident Evils, I've never played those. In the Silent Hills, I've only played number 2. I haven't even played the first one, but I want to play the remake of the second one. Pokemon Emerald Archipelago Rando. I was hunting an encounter slot next to Wind Straits and got a shiny Smeargle. I've only played one ROM hack, the one I did a video for, Yume. If it makes you feel any better, I only figured out what a shiny actually is last week. That, you're fine. I got my first non-boosted shiny a couple of nights ago in PLA, which feels fitting as my first gen was Gen 4. Nice, shiny Starly spawn. I'm curious, Curb, how old are you? And I'm only asking because I'm curious, like, did you start in Gen 4 just because you were younger and that was the first generation you were kind of, like, around for when it first came out? Or did you get into Pokemon a little bit later? Shiny Starly spawned in front of me on my way to Heartwood to progress. Nice. That's rough, but a pretty reasonable reaction, honestly. Yeah. No lie, the same thing happened to me in Crystal, but with Giraffe Rig. Got scared and thought my Game Boy broke. Yeah. Okay, so I'm not the only one. Thank you. Listen, I was a generation, we got terrorized with Pika-Blue and Mew Under Truck. We thought, like, we'd go for anything. First shinies were both in Johto remakes. Found a Tentacool in my one playthrough and found a Weedle during my bug contest in another. That's sick. Did you catch the Weedle in the bug contest? I wonder if do you automatically win if you find a shiny? You should. My first shiny was a Gift Dratini in White 2. It was boosted, was an Ultra Wormhole Abomasnow. First full odds was the Smeargle. First legit full odds was the Starly. My only... no, I actually got a surprise. Of Pokemon I never hunted, if you guys are familiar with my videos, I didn't hunt for Execute. That was completely random when I was making that video. And my dissociation, because I was like, oh, I'm never going to catch this. It's Safari Zone. This is my true reaction was I was kind of looking away. I heard the sparkle and I look and it was golden eggs or golden balls. And I was like, well, I can't get excited because I'm not going to catch this. There's no way I'm going to catch this. Caught it. And then, but the moment was gone. So it was not the reaction you might be thinking. It was not like, oh my God, come on. It was just like, and then it caught it and I was like, but you can't just conjure up the moment. The moment is gone. Oh, and then my first time ever playing Gen 5. What's the, you guys are gonna have to help me on this. You know the Professor Juniper? She's got that, like, gray little rodent Pokemon. What's it called? I ran into a shiny one of those, full odds. I didn't have the shiny charm. Because I think it was black and white. I think the shiny charm was in black and white, too. Wasn't hunting it. The only full odds I ever hunted was on a legit the 8,000 odds was the when I showed you earlier in stream the Crystal Virtual Console Celebi. That's the only time I ever did it. It was 13,000 soft resets around there, and I will never do it again. I don't have it in me. Call me weak. I'm not a real man. Cincino. Yeah, I don't know how to say it, but it's that. I caught a shiny Cincino. It's funny, the Mew under truck was a rumor. I even traded the HMs beforehand, so I didn't have the SSA and leave, so I was able to get to the truck and try. Yet there was a method to get Mew the entire time. Yep. How you doing, Mr. Marvel? How was your weekend? If you guys ever want to go back and watch the first video of my Dex completion for Gen 1, look at Mewtwo's name. Ended up using it for the rest of the playthrough. Shiny. I mean, you have to, right? If you ever get a shiny kind of by accident in your playthroughs, you have to use it, right? I think I've had maybe like 10 shinies. I've only ever hunted Darkrai. It was going to be a mission when I got COVID. Was going to spend my week off hunting it. And they got a first aid. Nice. So what'd you do with the rest of the time? I never actually shiny hunted, so all mine have been random encounters, go events, gifts. Nice. My whole shiny hunting career, if you want to call it that, it was not a career, it's just casually. I've always done what I could to reduce the odds, so I've never done it like, other than the only time was Celebi. But every other time it's like, I try to go get the shiny charm, I try to do the fishing method and like X and Y. Dude, the X and Y fishing method, I swear to God, it's like 1 in 18 or 1 in 20 fish, once you get the streak going, was shiny. I do have the setup for the Masuda hunt for Galarian Zigzagoon on Sword and Shield. I have the Mew setup in Gen 1, if you guys know what that is. So if you don't know, shiny, you can catch shiny Pokemon in Gen 1, but they won't appear shiny until you trade them. But they have a DV outline where they can be shiny. And I have it set up. There's a method you can do for Gen 1 to hunt for shiny Mew. And I did it on Virtual Console for Blue. But here's the issue. The only way you can transfer it up is if you're... Not only is your name, but also your ID. Like, I think it's like Game Freak. Because that was the event back in the day. And it'll only let you transfer up Mew if it's that Mew. But there is a way to do it. There's a way to like manipulate your game so it changes your trainer ID and your name to what it needs to transfer the Mew. What do you think of XD? I was kind of mad about it. Spent a few months just resetting on the walk home from work to then. So when I actually spent time on it, I found it straight away. Talo was my first wild one. I bought Emerald to help finish the Diamond Dex. Ended up getting 3 that save. Wow. Speaking of Mew, I had a legit one from an event at Toys R Us in Sherman, Texas. I still hate the way they did Mew. Oh, I think I remember, Chad, I think I saw your comment on a video. Even then it felt shitty. I had it and it was cool, but felt unearned, even like 9 and 10. Chad, our similarities continue. I've always had that with like, if I feel like when I'm given stuff, it doesn't feel as cool. Like, for example, I thought the concept of my friend's Game Shark was really cool. So, like, I gave myself level 100 Dragonite because, you know, it always felt like Dragonite was something I could never have because you don't get your teeny till late and then you have to train really hard and, like, only Lance, cool guy like Lance can get Dragonite. So I gave myself a Dragonite. And it was like, I play through the game. Like, I gave myself all these cool Pokemon that I always wanted early in game or I felt like I wasn't good enough to have. And, I didn't even play. It was, like, not fun. I've always had that. Like, if things are a little bit too easy or if I feel like something was given to me, I'm like, eh. Gen 1 shinies are a pain in the ass. But it's really only static or a giant string of glitches to force a shiny. True. I sure hope catching Magikarp finishes my Dex entry because it's on 8. Apparently not. I cloned Numel and Shuppet later to evolve them, but they felt unearned, so I released them. Oh, I have a bunch of shinies from my Crystal Virtual Console version that I'm still sending up to home. But I did do you guys know the Shiny Ditto method? I found maybe 1 in 5 shinies in the Safari Zone or equivalent. I caught a shiny Execute in Fire Red. Hey, that's where Katamago came from. It was Fire Red. Missed a Bibarel in the Great Marsh on Diamond. Damn. Yeah, I keep waiting for like the universe to like send a like give me the old Donnie Darko and like a jet engine falls on me or something to offset the luck that I had when so I made the Fire Red video, ran into a shiny Execute, caught it in the Safari Zone. Then when I did the Emerald video, I got the Pokeros. You tell me the odds. And I swear to God, if my luck for like a lottery ticket was wasted on that, I will trade it. I want the lottery ticket. I'm not above admitting I want the money. What's up, leopards? How you doing? How's your weekend? I've never caught a shiny, playing since Platinum. Loaded Let's Go the first time and found 3 within 30 minutes. How 3 within 30 minutes? How did that happen? What's the rate in that game? I've never played Let's Go. You're back. Gotta go to the bathroom. Oh, after 20 catches, the odds are significantly increased. Is there a way to mass release Pokemon? Because wouldn't that clutter the boxes pretty quick? So you don't get the whole Pokerus thing, because I've legitimately had Pokerus on almost every Pokemon save I've made. I guess it's easier since you get it even from Wild Mons, though. That said, I've usually spent like 60 plus hours on each save. Brewham, do you ever transfer up Pokemon from previous saves? Because that could explain why you're getting it every save. You shouldn't be getting it every save. That's crazy. Even if you're battling in the wild, because I think it's like 1 in 20,000 chance or something. Only a 20 chain? Jeez. That's not bad at all. It's almost nighttime in this game. I think it's, what, 5 p.m. or 6 p.m.? Yes, you release to the professor. He gives you EV candies, and yes, it is chain catching. No, what I mean is, like, can you mass release Pokemon? So say you catch 20 Pokemon, you get your shiny. Can you release, like, 20 Pokemon at a time or more? What's the Pokerus? Okay, so it's an in-game, like, Pokemon virus, but it's beneficial. And what it'll do is, and it kind of changes per generation, the way it spreads and the way it stays. In the Pokemon games that have a clock, like an internal clock, it'll last for like, I don't know, I think it's like 2 weeks or less. I don't know, it's somebody can correct me on that. But on games with no clock, it'll stay on the Pokemon forever, but it won't, I believe it won't spread. Something like that. Anyway, what it does essentially is it increases your Pokemon's effort value gains. So I don't know if you know what effort values are, but they're like the stats you can't really see. It's more for like, it was always more for like competitive stuff. Or if you're doing like the Battle Factory, and I'm talking like the origins of Pokerus and why people would want it and why they would use it, but it would increase your EV gain and make training go by a lot quicker. And there might be some other benefits I'm not remembering. But I thought it started in Gen 3. The Pokerus starts in Gen 2. I didn't know that for the longest time. It's crazy. Like, the more I learn about Gen 2, I'm like, I'm so impressed. Pretty sure you can mass release in that game. Send Professor is releasing. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes, the release mechanic of Let's Go is the Professor to help with his understanding of the type per se. They pick Pokemon Go. Well, I can't think of... That's the thing, Leopard. I never played Pokemon Go. Never transferred up. Aside from like once or twice from Emerald to Diamond, I mostly just play a save, trade over into a team plus items, wipe it. Gen 3, you can abuse the box RS and the Gen 3 games backup save to mass release or mass clone Pokemon. I'm currently using it to mass clone the whole PC of items. Nice. So when I made the Pokemon Emerald video, I got the Pokerus, and here's the cool thing. So in a game with an internal clock, the Pokerus will spread to different Pokemon. But here's the thing. If your internal clock on the game is malfunctioning, the game will still play. It will still spread the Pokerus, but because it has no way to know how much time has passed, all of your Pokemon keep the Pokerus. So now I never want to replay the Emerald on that cart again, because I want to be able to just have the Pokerus forever. And I'll use it as like training, or like one day I think I want to go back and do a video where I do the battle facilities and get all the medallions, but that's going to be a monumental task for me because I'm not very good competitively. Sub love yourself. I'm doing excellent. How are you? Welcome in. Love yourself. Excellent YouTuber. How is your re-upload of your Amori video doing? I like how you tweaked the thumbnail, by the way. God, this Dunsparce, basically it's a Dunsparce stream. Sorry, chat. I think it lasts 1 week, 7 days. So on the most current saves, it'll just stay. If you have fresh batteries, best move it to... Yeah, right. But you could just never change the batteries and then it stays forever. You've got an interesting team in PLA, let me hear it. The watered down Amori is performing as expected, low. Why as expected? Love yourself. You and I make evergreen content. Our videos start out slow, but then they go. They ramp. Oh, slow but steady, you know? We're not drama YouTubers, okay? Start with Luxray, Hisuian, Typhlosion, and Glaceon. Okay. Yon Mega and Luminion. Nice. I've been more or less Shadow Banned at this point. Is it just all your metrics have plummeted since YouTube changed everything? I don't know how often you're looking at revenue, Love Yourself, but I don't think it's like personal to my channel. My RPM like halved, and I really don't have any explanation for it. I mean, at the end, I guess that means YouTube's take from the RPM is lower too, because apparently what we get like 60% or something. But even on my Conquest video, the Conquest video is doing great. And I noticed it with my Final Fantasy video. My RPM was like half of what it normally is. I'm like, oh shit! Rage? I'm not playing your game, dude. I'm not playing your Rage game. Yeah, This took a while. The prayer circle. Let's go. Let's go. Love Yourself. Why you hold on? You demonetized or they demonetized you? I agree, Marvel. They should have brought Chris back. I love Conquest. It got tedious towards the end, trying to get everyone their perfect links and playing the same maps over and over again. So I agree, Marvel. That's why I'm not playing right now. The thing is, I knew people that were watching the stream that they love doing that, and I was like, if you love, like, I think if you just beat the main story and maybe do like one or two other of the other side stories, and you're satisfied, I think that's great. I think it's a game you can go back, and then when you feel up for it, you can go back and play the maps. There was somebody, I think it was Brewham, who's played it like over a year. You know, they're not trying to rush through it. Whenever they want to play, they go and do another side story. I think that's the best way to play that game, and I think that's very cool. But I thoroughly enjoyed playing that game. It's just when I was done playing it, or when I did the main story, I was done. And I can see myself going back and doing side missions casually here and there. I also love the Rensai was shaped like Arceus, which I think I didn't mention it, but I noticed it when I played on the streams. I chose to demonetize, but it would have happened anyway. I was under $100 this month. That's crazy. Like, I don't know. The thing is, Love Yourself is like, there's no... That's what's so frustrating is there's no, like, it feels like there's no person that's reviewing situations like yours to know that you're not, like, glorifying anything. So it's frustrating. And I wish I could give you the answer, because, like, I don't want to... when I was in your stream the other day and I was like, you should just make exactly the kind of content you want to make. I still think that, but it's like your kind of content, they're like, they don't want that. They literally will like stifle your channel for it not to happen. And I just don't know how to confront that. Cause like, I wouldn't even want to do this if they were like, you can't talk about these games. Like, I wouldn't even want to do this then. The main story and a couple of stories that have 4 to the 7 Kingdoms is a good place for most. Oh my god, are you talking about Turtwig and Arceus? That took me forever, and it kept running away. I originally thought Runside would look like all of Japan, and in real life people, it could have been the history of the Pokemon world. Oh, yeah, yeah. No, you're right. It's most certainly all bots AI. I'm at the mercy of the system, but I really appreciate you being in the corner, bro. Appreciate you. Yeah, man, of course. I mean what I say. Not that you questioned it, but it sucks, because I wish I just wish I could help, or tell you something, or, not that you need it, but just know that I think it's bullshit too. Turtwig is sweet. Here's what I'll say. I think Gen 4 might be my favorite starters of all time, even more than Gen 1. I know listen, I'm a Gen 1 boy. I'm a Gen 1er. Gen 4 starters. We talking about Empoleon? We talking about Torterra? Listen, if you got a Pokemon with a continent on its back, Torterra has a continent on its back. What are we doing? What are we doing? Infernape? Turtwig is your first starter ever. Piplup and Turtwig. Okay, love yourself. Hit me up anytime, man. I know you don't have Discord or anything, but anytime. I like the Gen 4 also changed around the weakness, so they lost them or were able to counter the original one they were weak to. Yes, that was cool. Yeah, Marvel, yeah. Gen 4 had all the banger starters. As someone who really didn't like Gen 4, I even stopped playing Pokemon for a few years because of it. One complaint I could never have is starters, yeah. Gen 4 was the game I finished the living dex, had to borrow a hacked Pokemon from my brother, his friend though, damn. Does it all feel tainted in retrospect then? I finally have my whole team now. Like when I did my living dex, I had like my own personal rule. This is long before I made content. This is like 10 years ago. But I didn't want to do anything online because I owned all the games anyway. Like I was in the Navy, I had plenty of time when I was at work. Because I was in a job where so I was a dog handler, and the dogs can't literally work all day. So whenever they'd be on a break, I'd be on a break. And, I could play some Pokemon. And I was like, well, it could be a fun project to just not have to go online and trade for anything. I could do everything myself. And it was kind of fun to go back and replay certain games. Because I took all my games with me wherever I went. It did feel a little tainted. I don't usually shiny help a Piplup mass outbreak. Good luck. Thank you for serve. Appreciate it, man. Skip Gen 3 on hardware and only had those on ROM. Yeah, I kind of got out, Gen 3 too. But I can't say I didn't play Gen 3 technically because I played Leaf Green. But I'd say I really got out of Pokemon from Gen 3 through 4. And I got back in for Black and White. And I'll defend Gen 5 forever. replaying it for my videos just was like solidified everything I ever thought. I liked him even better than I remembered. You did not ask for Crystal. Wow, interesting. What was there another game you asked for? At some point, need to find the motivation to get back into the grind of Pokemon. I love JP copy. I have JP copies of Gen 2, so I want to try for a living dex in yellow, crystal, leaf green, emerald, platinum. Don't force it, Brewham. Maybe your mind wants to do other stuff. Do you guys think it might be a better strategy? Maybe catch as I go a little bit, but like really go back and hunt in earnest after we beat the game, maybe? Because then we'll have like plenty of money and Pokeballs and maybe a Pokemon that can put a Pokemon to sleep, do false swipe. You know what I mean? So maybe we should just like play through the game. First time playing through Platinum. Well, personally, I didn't love Diamond and Pearl when I did the videos for it, but I really liked Platinum. Platinum was so sick. Kind of fixed all my issues that I had. My biggest issues were the roster. I was cheeky when I got my Crystal. I only had a Game Boy Pocket, but I was expecting to get Crystal, so that Christmas I opened up a Game Boy shaped present first before opening the Game Boy Color. I've been wanting to do it since like 2018 and just been working depressed at times, or just had the odd game crop up that completely consumes all my time. Well, sorry about the old depression, friend. But the game creeping up, that to me is I don't know if you guys like Paradox games, but I play a lot of, I like history and geography and stuff, so I play a lot of Europa Universalis. I can't stop. I didn't get the new one because I don't have faith in that company releasing a full game on release day anymore. So I'll play Europa Universalis 5 years from now. 40k Rogue Trader, 300 hours on my first playthrough. I own that, but I didn't get into it. No, not that I didn't like it. I just I played it for a little bit and I just didn't go back and play it more. And then I bought the Warhammer. What's the remake? Not a remake. They re-released it, like remastered. It's the one where it's like an RTS Warhammer game, and you go to different planets and you take them over. It's so sick. I played it in high school. A shame it wasn't remade, but 2 versions sell more by default. Yeah. Stream EU4? I cannot because I'm terrible, Leopard. I'm terrible at EV4. And I say, by the way, I say that you're not gonna believe me. I have like 9,000 hours in EU4. CK3. I've never played CK3. I've played Hoi 4. I like Hoi 4. Here's the thing. Those are games that I put on. I barely learn the mechanics. And I just like I like map painting. And I'll put on like an audiobook of some historical time. Usually like World War II or like Roman history. And I'll just like kind of like zone out. You're shit at RTS. I used to be good at them. I want to do a StarCraft retrospective, and I wanted to even there's somebody very special in my life. He was like the system networks technician for our high school, and he led like tech club. And he would let us, the tech club kids, play StarCraft and Warcraft 3, Dota. What else did we play? It was a lot of Warcraft 3, Dota, and a lot of StarCraft. Oh, Command & Conquer Renegade. Yeah, we played a lot of those. But I want to interview him for the video. I think it'd be kind of cool because he would play StarCraft 1 with us all the time. Listen, dog, I have 5 legit hours in Terraria and nobody ever gets good at it. Okay. Livid being the EU4 hyperbolic time chamber. Yeah. Yeah. Dude, I've been playing EU4. I think it came out 2013. I remember, like, in my mind, I always wanted to play a game like Europa Universalis. I just never knew that it existed. And I was like, I would love a game where, like, you're kind of in control of a country, but it's not an RTS, and you can kind of go at your own pace, and there's, like, a little bit of politics and, like, a little bit of warfare. And then I found EU4, and I was like, I manifested this. I did this. You don't have to be good. I'd still turn up. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. People have been asking for that for a while. Like, back when I streamed Magic the Gathering, I'd talk about EU4, and there are people who are like, stream it. I'm like, dude, I'm so fucking trash at that game. Like, it'd be embarrassing. That was your high school teacher? It's funny. I always think that you're about to fight the rival here, and it kind of makes sense, but you fight the last monk. It's weird. A few of my mates with 4-digit hours in Boy 4 wanted me to do a run with them. That shit made me no sense to me. Skipped the tutorial, almost won 2 wars, then haven't played since. That's funny. I'm fine with, like, I think I've mastered infantry, but I still find it so hard to, when you're, like, tank designing, I do not understand what's going on. Same with air power, and same Navy. Oh my god. All I do, even when I play as America, which should be, like, late game, is one of the best naval powers in the game. I just do submarines, because I'm like, I don't want to think about this stuff. So I just make a shit ton of submarines. Japan literally never saw it coming. We would play Smash Bros. After class for 2 hours, and it eventually led to a parody of EVO, fighting game tournament, under my IRL name, and we just game on Saturday nights until 3 a.m. My son just learned a hard lesson about saving before powering off. Nice, dude. Hold on, are you guys not playing on DSs? He can just close it. Poor kid. But you know what? You're raising him right. That's how we played too. I got to explain to my girlfriend saving before battling Pokemon that are static, because she's about to take on Snorlax eventually. And I said, anytime you see a Pokemon, like, on the map, save before you talk to it. She's like, oh, okay. I'm like, good. There's a lot of Pokemon we can catch at night. I forget when nighttime happens in Gen 2. I think it's like, it's either 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. I made the mistake of building Navy. Was a fun design building thing, but they do nothing. I don't know if they do nothing. I just don't know how to use them. No ROMs till his birthday later this month. ROMs till his birthday later this month, but they still have to require a save before leaving the emulator. Would you be revealing classified secrets if I asked you what you're getting for him for his birthday? Is that classified? I remember at school. Is that OPSEC? I remember at school I once held a charity event, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Tournament, and during the tech test, I spent 20 minutes demolishing half the class with Kirby, my main, because they kept challenging me. That's funny. I held a, well, not for profit, but I held a Halo 3 tournament in high school. And the cool thing is, like, my roommate, he's like 5 years younger than me. And then in kid years, that's like, I'm like Obi-Wan Kenobi to him, you know? That's how he met me, because he went to my Halo tournament, and I never met him, you know? Because at that time, I think I was like a freshman. He would have been like a 5th grader in elementary school, and he went to my tournament. He's like, I remember you, because I wore like a blazer. I've always been a bit of a showman. But I held a Halo 3 tournament. It was pretty sweet. And you guys keep talking about like gaming in different settings with people. I always love talking about LAN parties, dude. Oh my god. I want to try to set up another one soon. Just like a retro LAN party. I don't know how we'd do it. Like, would we find CRTs? Because, like, I guess you could... The thing is, like, you could just bring your own PCs. We could all play Halo, but in the same room. Like, we could play Master Chief Collection or, like, you know... The thing... What made LAN parties beautiful was that it was largely, like, necessary. Xbox Live did exist, but it wasn't as, like... There wasn't as many players. The connection wasn't as amazing as they are today. So it was almost like LAN parties were, like, necessary. Thank you for the sub on Twitch, Havoc. Appreciate you, man. Where do we get the Togepi egg? Oh, we have to beat the gym. The tournament was during lunch, while tech test was the class periods before lunch. One of my friends went to sleep before anyone else at one of the LAN parties. I already know where this is going. Never fall asleep first. And they put chocolate syrup in his mouth when he was sleeping and woke up and spit the chocolate out couch cushion. Oh my god. That's terrifying, actually. We would usually, because people would bring sleeping bags, we would, like, tie people up. My senior year of high school, every day during the spring semester, me and my buddies would do Super Smash Bros. Ultimate tournaments in Spanish. King de Dene all day. Why in Spanish? Are you guys Spanish speakers? I like learning where everybody's from. I can tell there's a few UK people in here. I pick up what you guys put down. He already knows he's getting a Switch. He just doesn't know he's getting a GBA 2. So he can play through his uncle's Gen 3 games together. That's so cool. Dude, how cool is it you could just spawn your own, like, gamer buddy? It's cool that, like, he appreciates older games like that. Thank you for the follow, Leopard, on Twitch. My friends with kids tell me that all the time. They're like, dude, you can, like, teach him stuff. I'm like, yeah, but you have to pay for stuff. And look at me, I have no responsibilities. I can in my 30s, I can stream me completing the Gen 2 Pokedex for the next 2 weeks or something. Nobody depends on me to feed them and clothe them. He was fine, but my mom was pissed about the couch cushion was in my room, so I didn't bother. He was fine, but my mom was pissed about the couch cushion. I've told it a few times, but we used to egg houses when we would do LAN parties, because we were just dumbass kids. I got stabbed one time. I'm not laughing. It's not funny, but like it was an accident. But a guy got stabbed because we egged a bar one time. Yeah, we were jerks. We were jerks. I remember. I remember when we do LAN parties for Gears of War 1, and my brother was really good with the pistol, but he was so good with the pistol, it would piss us off. And we were trying to bully him out of using the pistol. So he was in another room one time, and I don't know where I started doing this, but I was like, oh, it's Pistol Pete, it's Pistol Pete. But then for some reason I started doing this. I was like, it's Pistol Pete, Pistol Pete. And I used to chant it every time he started shooting the pistol. Because I was trying to like make fun of him. I was like, Pistol Pete, Pistol Pete. It didn't work. He kept using that shit. Only class we had together was Spanish 4, so it was just a class considering bilingual, so I didn't have to take a secondary language course in college. So smart. I don't know what state you're from, but that's how it was in Washington State, too. Or maybe colleges are just like that. They want... If you took a class in high school, you're good to go or something. It's awesome, I thought... Oh, you know what's funny? When I went to college after the Navy, my Navy experience was like met their cultural diversity thing for like the second language thing, and they waived that requirement. So that's pretty cool. But it makes sense. It's like people who join the military, like for Americans, like not that many Americans travel outside the country at a young age. Of course, there's exceptions, but I'm saying most Americans don't travel outside the country until they get older. So yeah, by the time I went to college, I'd been all over the world. I'd lived in all sorts of countries, met all sorts of different people. So I was cultured, okay? It's awesome. I thought he would be resistant to them, to be honest, because he messed around with Halo Master Chief Collection with me and some other current gen stuff. I think the hook is that it's the only medium he knows is Pokemon. Oh, yeah, like, Pokemon, I think Pokemon is going to be just the, it's hard to compare it to something, but I compared it to something the other day, and I thought it was, like, a really good comparison. Oh, I compared Pokemon is, like, our generation's Disney. It's probably just going to be around for, like, a super long time. You know what I mean? Because you can't really compare it to Power Rangers or Ninja Turtles or Transformers, because I do, while popular, I don't think that they've maintained or grown their popularity. Like, I know they made Ninja Turtle movies in the kind of recent years, but it's not Pokemon, you know. And when I say, I'm not saying it's quality. Like, anybody who loves Power Rangers and Transformers and Ninja Turtles, I'm not saying what's better. I'm saying, like, as far as cultural permeation. Okay, I'm looking at... There's so many Pokemon we can catch at night. So many. Gears of War was brutal if someone was better than you. I think it was the first time many people encountered one in life rounds. Mr. Worldwide, that's right. Was it Gears 1 or 2 that had like the you had like the mobile mortar? You could shoot mortars across the map. I had a friend named Joseph who was so good with the mortar, it pissed us off. We would tease him. We would challenge his manhood. Like, what, are you going to use a mortar? You're going to hide in a little corner, use a mortar? I'm going to look up when does it go to night? $6 p.m.? Jeez. Okay. Pokemon is fading rapidly. Well, if you're, here's the thing, are you talking about quality? I agree the quality is fading rapidly, but is that true, like, financially? I don't think that's true. And there's a difference, right? Like, I've used the analogy of Fast and Furious before. It's like the Fast and Furious movies aren't like, I don't think they're great movies after the first couple. But they made a lot of money. I don't think they do anymore, but my point is, like, not just because something is of low quality doesn't mean it doesn't make a lot of money. I noticed I missed a bit, including an Evo. RIP. Had door knockers. Fortunately, they didn't stick around because weather went bad. What are door knockers? You got to translate into American for me. That was my friend Chase. He was good with Modern Warfare 2 rocket launchers and could hit you across the map one time in search of the store. He had me 4 times and... You deleted all. You're so stupid, dude. They're having a hard time getting little kids into now. Our demographic is propping up Pokemon almost exclusively. The numbers are actually reading really rough for the IP. I won't pretend to be an expert on that because I don't look at like earnings calls for Nintendo and if they ever reveal anything about Pokemon. I do know anecdotally that my roommate's son, he is in 1st grade and him and his friends love Pokemon. And they get excited about the new games and stuff. So that's, I know that's anecdotal, but I mean, it shocks me. It shocks. I always wonder. I'm like, is this thing ever gonna die? Like, is it ever gonna decline or something? I don't know if I'm doing this right. It's been a long time. It doesn't help that it's getting more and more expensive. I mean, it's crazy now that, like, they got rid of the slogan, gotta catch them all, because they know that you don't catch them all anymore, and they know that they sell them back to you in DLC. It's crazy. I think these, I gotta swap around these eyes. In the hands, maybe. Is this Luigi's Mansion 2? No. What's up, Falk? How you doing? How you been, friend? Falk, I think after this video, I'm gonna do I'm gonna do Final Fantasy 2. No, that's not right. Oh. Did I have the eyes right? Oh, is it the bottom two? Is it these two? sick. We had in Australia, endearingly referred to as Bible bashers. Honestly, thought door knockers was a term you'd get. People knocking on doors, sprouting about the Bible, common in Oz, to just tell the fuck off. We just call them by like what denomination there are. Usually it's like Mormon. But yeah, we get those from time to time. I'm not mean to them. I'm not, yeah, I'm not, I get it. I just tell them no thanks. I've debated, like, actually hanging out with Mormons, if they ever do that, and just, like, trying to game with them. I think it'd be funny to record them gaming. I'd rather a PLA for $75 pre-owned versus $120, $130 for a full game. Pokemon can't die due to the amount of generational hold it has on people. Each game sells millions. It's always introducing new fans. Me and my wife just finished your Majora's Mask video, her favorite game. Can you give me your honest review? What's really interesting to me is the amount of Pokemon artists that grew up loving the series and then eventually work for the trading card game. What's up, Alexander? How's your weekend? How was your weekend, Falk? What did you and the wife do? If you're Bible bashing, you're being told to fuck off. I don't know, like if they knock and they and you just tell them, if they insist, like here's what I'll say. I'm fine if you're like a Mormon and you knock and I say no thank you and they leave, because they do. Every experience I have with Mormons, when I've told them no thank you and leave, they say, okay, you know, our church is over on this street and have a good day, and they leave. Have you guys ever had people try to sell you stuff or replace your roof? You ever interact with those people? She just stepped out, so it'll be in a minute. I've never played it, so it'll be fun to see. Okay, I want her review. I'm not an asshole to them. I respect that they have their religion, that they live by that, but if I wanted to be part of it, I'd already done it, so no thanks, but it'd be a funny idea. I've had some friendly discussions for evolution versus creation. I used to be, I'll tell you, like, I don't mind saying it, like, I used to be, like, militant atheist. You know, I'd like, and if anybody's religious, you're more than welcome. Like, I'm not like that anymore, but it honestly made me miserable all the time. Like, I used to be so angry, and what I believe is true is that there are absolutely fucking mean atheists too. There's mean atheists too that they don't have their shit together either. And I met some amazing religious people. What I'm trying to say is it's like, it's all, people are people, regardless of religion or not. And I noticed how angry I used to get at people who were religious, and it like actually made me like depressed all the time. And I realized and I noticed that like once I like either heard people out or just like didn't let it bother me, like I was so much more happier and I interacted with people so much better. And then I've learned about and listen, no disrespect to anybody who are of these things I'm about to mention, but I treat like Christianity and Islam as like lore. So like, for example, I go down the Scientology rabbit hole all the time because it's so fascinating to me. But I treat it like it's lore. I'm not reading it like these kooks. You know, I don't do it like that. I'm just like, this is insane. When I mean insane is like it's interesting, right? So, but I do the same thing. Like I've been reading a lot of the Gospels recently and learning about Jesus, and I've done the same thing with Islam because I lived in Middle Eastern countries. So like, and it was interesting talking to Muslims and hearing their thoughts on history. And what's really interesting is I worked in Iraq, and Iraq is, they've got Sunni and Shia, and it was so interesting hearing their sides of things. It was very interesting, but they were all cool. I've had some friendly discussions with... Okay, I know. My stepdad does that for a living, replacing roofs and stuff. Curb, but does your dad, or does your stepdad do the door-to-door thing? Because door-to-door contractors worked in that space after the Navy, and those roof sale guys are not worth the paper I used to wipe my ass on. So that's what I mean. What I was getting at with that, if you ever have to deal with those people, assholes. Like, one time it was two younger kids. It was a girl and a guy. These kids must have been like 18 or 19 years old. They show up to the door, and it's my parents' house, by the way. It's not my house. But if I don't know you, it's my house. You know what I mean? So, thank you, Leopard. See you. Nice talking to you and hanging out with you. So they came to the house. They said, "Hi, can we speak to the homeowner?" I'm like, "Oh, what's up? What do you need?" But I was nice about it. I was like, because I'm not playing that game. I'm like, "What? Can I help you?" And immediately the guy gets an attitude with me. He's like, "Well, I'm looking for the homeowner." And I'm like, "You could tell me what you need to know." I'm like, "I know who the homeowners are. Like, can I help you?" And they're like, "Well, your roof looks bad, and we can replace your roof." And then my dad heard it. He said, "Tell him no." And I'm like, "No, thank you. I appreciate it, though." And he's like, "Yeah, we want to speak to the homeowner." I'm like, and I was so... Oh, they fired me up. I'm like, I didn't swear, but I was like, "Get off or leave now." And the girl looked a little bit scared. So like, I wasn't trying to scare anybody. I was like, "Just leave, dude. Like, we're not interested." I closed the door. And like, as I'm closing the door, he's like, "We're just trying to help you. We're just trying to make sure your home is safe." And it's like, "No, you're trying to make a sale." Stop. You're trying to make a sale. But it's funny, people trying to sell you shit are always way more persistent and just annoying than any that come knocking for religious reasons. That's Brewham. That's why I responded like that, because I was like, in my experience, the religious people, if you tell them no thank you, they'll leave. But with people trying to sell you stuff, they're like so persistent. I'm like, I have more of an issue with those people than I do religious people. What's up, Moist Mogwai? Wife here. I think he did a great job capturing the story. Most people never play the game and find out. The game definitely has its pain points, but I think it's arguably one of the best, one of the Zeldas most people don't give a shot. The ending with the friendship stump had you teary-eyed. Thank you. I love that ending too. And I that theme of that video that I found in the game was like, that I don't felt it was talked about a lot, at least in my experience. Moist, if you've watched other retrospectives or reviews on it, tell me if I'm wrong, but I feel like I don't ever hear people talking about that theme, but it's all over that game. Like, forgiveness is all over that game. So many different characters are talking about it, and that's the thing that resonates with me a lot, because I mean, the things I said in the video are true. Is like, when you've done things in the past, or if people hurt you in the past and you want forgiveness, or you want to give forgiveness, or to me, that's so powerful. And that just really resonated with me. Nah, Curb. I'm not talking about that. If your dad has like a legit roofing company, what I actually think is going on is the people who do we replace your roofs, I think they get a commission from real companies. Like, they go around and they find, like, these roofing companies will like give them a slice if they can get the business. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it's the actual roofing companies that are going around doing it. Because I can kind of tell. They're not like, they don't look like roofers. And to clarify, I'm not speaking about on general contractors or legit roof contract. I knew what you meant. No, you're correct. The pain Skull Kid truly felt in the forgiveness aspect as you try to make do with the time you have left on the Earth. You only have 72 hours after all, right? Moist. Another one was like, so I don't know if you like Star Wars, but I like the original Star Wars, pretty much just the originals. And in Return of the Jedi, you know, there's this, and I'm speaking because I don't know if you know Star Wars, but there's a scene where this character Luke Skywalker, you know, his father is Darth Vader, and there's an opportunity for him to kill his father, who's been an asshole for the last 20 years. And he finally gets the upper hand. He can kill his father. He can just end all the pain and suffering that his father has caused people throughout the galaxy. And he doesn't do it. He refuses to kill his father because he felt that he could be redeemed. He felt that there was goodness in him. And he forgave him, ultimately. He forgave him for the things he had done. And that was so, you know, because it's almost like I feel like the audience is supposed to be thirsting for blood. Like, finally, yeah, kill Vader, you know? But he doesn't, and that's such a powerful message, and that really resonated with me when I was a kid and I saw that for the first time. And I think I just like that. That's such a for me, it's like a personally powerful narrative. Those guys bust their ass and are good folks, but the door to door, yeah, no, I think they're actually. I think it's like it's a separate thing. Home maintenance works on stuff like roofs. There's only 3 Star Wars movies. Yeah. Vader being an asshole is a bit of an understatement. Okay, fine. He killed a few younglings. Fine. He blew up a few planets. Come on, guys. Are we all... Guys, are we really not gonna, like, say that you can't blow up a few planets? You guys just will never let people recover, huh? Frieza was a bit of an asshole too, but goodness was there. I haven't watched Super, so I don't know that lore. Vader was the Emperor's muscle in the original 3 films? Correct. He was like the strong man. Technically, he didn't blow up the planets. I'd say probably the responsibility is Grand Moff Tarkin and the Emperor. Geneva suggestions it is. You love me, don't watch Super? Okay. My buddy loves Super, but I do question his interest sometimes, so. You haven't watched Super either? I just, and look, I'll even, maybe not so much Dragon Ball Z, but when I look at things that happen in Super, even in Dragon Ball Z, we had already gotten to a point where it's like, the one-upping of like, I feel like so much was planned out in the early seasons of Dragon Ball Z, where like, for example, the Saiyans saga is foreshadowing because they're wearing the armor of Frieza's army. I think Vegeta's making reference to like, okay, you might be able to beat us, but you're not going to beat like our leader Frieza. Or Vegeta is referencing Saiyans and the planet, and like so much of it is planned out. It really feels super planned out all the way through the Cell Saga. And what I'm trying to say is like there was power creep where it's like, oh, suddenly there's a new big bad, you know? With Super, it's like they bring back all these characters and like Frieza's like a pseudo, I hear he's like a pseudo good guy because he works with Goku or something. I'm like, what are we doing? It didn't do it for you. Yeah, I watched one of the, I think it was the F something Frieza or something. You know what I didn't like about that movie was they bring back Frieza. They give Vegeta the opportunity to like win, which is big because like the show basically becomes Goku saves the day. Like, you know, and I feel like it was a missed opportunity because other than Gohan defeating Cell, it feels like it just turned into the Goku saves the day show. And I'm like, well, you have all these cool characters that people love, you know? Why don't you have like, so in the Resurrection F movie, Vegeta's like about to kill Frieza, but there's like some weird time loop thing, and it's like, oh, Goku has to kill Frieza, and I'm like, what? That's so cool that like Vegeta would have Vegeta gets a win at something. 2, it's Frieza who destroyed Planet Vegeta. Like, come on, this is cool. That's a cool like. He finally gets to. I don't know. It's like the Goku and Friends show. Super is the worst parts of DBZ magnified. Okay. I'm jealous. Can't possibly do this since my copy of Silver won't save. Even with a new battery. Onio, do you... Maybe the installation process didn't go right? Because I refreshed my batteries in 2018. And they all work. Got to do a little bit of soldering, though. Live the first 20-something episodes of Super retell the Battle of the Gods and the revival of F, but now worse animation. Great. DBZ abridged on YouTube is the best TV. Hated the Super Brawly movies soundtrack. Brawly had zero reason to be there. Yes, they had set him up and able to come back, but it was not for me. Brawly was the only like side character. I say side character because he was in the movies that like truly scared me as a kid. Yeah, and the Bardock scream from Goku and F when he kills Frieza. Blizzard was such a good track. Okay, there's not much we can catch here still. We already caught the Ekans. So what cave is next? We already caught an unknown, which satisfies that requirement. Union Cave. Oh, we gotta go quick. We can catch a sand shrew during the day. My soldering skills are quite good, but I tried with the 3 other people who are a lot more skilled, all with new batteries. It doesn't help that some traces are really corroded. Oh, okay. There we go. Do I think it could survive a tackle? I don't know, I'm scared. Oh, I have no Pokeballs. You know, it might be. You can live vicariously through me. You know, that's Onio. That's kind of. I hope to be that for people. So I know not everybody has the time to, or the equipment or the money to do like things I do for videos. So I'm glad you actually said that. because I want that to be available for people who, you know, maybe you don't want to do it yourself. You just want to watch how it's done or what it looks like, you know. Or maybe you're not capable of doing it because it's hard to get the carts today. Or your cartridge can't hold a save, you know. Okay, so what I was gonna say was maybe I was suggesting earlier, maybe we should just like beat the game and come back with a bunch of money, because it might be quite a struggle, money-wise and everything, to get everything as we go. And but I can record stuff like, you know, the Suicune encounters and like catching Lugia or Ho-Oh. I had to rip apart and redo the connector on the board of my old GBC and was really rough. Are there any choice Pokemon in this generation? Meaning, like gift Pokemon, like Hitmonlee, Hitmonchan. Are there anything like that in this game? I'm so thankful that the vast majority of Pokemon collection came from my childhood. I did the math on eBay in 2020 for my stuff, and it was like $7,000 worth of games and hardware at the time. Yeah, I have a similar thing. So before I joined the Navy, I just thought, like, I'll sell everything, so then I can just, you know what I mean, not have to drag around a bunch of stuff if I got stationed in different places. So, like, I sold all of my childhood everything, and which was a huge mistake, obviously. I kept around some of the Pokemon games, though, and after a few paychecks in the Navy, I used my first couple paychecks to buy back a bunch of stuff and, like, rebuild my collection. So luckily, I did this way back. So many of the videos you've seen have been either emulators, or a large majority have been actual real footage from my real games. But I got that out of the way in like 2012 and 2011. So by the time, you know, 2020, COVID, prices, everything just went crazy on any retro gaming. Luckily, all that was, I had paid for that at way cheaper prices like 15 years ago, you know? I'm so thankful that the vast majority of my Pokemon collection from... Oh, I already read that. Love when I do that. I bought Conquest from Kmart for like 40 bucks Australian dollars. Went to buy the second copy from someone years later. Suddenly it was $200. Yeah. What's funny, Brewham, I vividly remember Conquest being like super cheap used at like gaming stores and like GameStop. It was like 20 bucks USD from 60. For like so long it was like that. And then over time, you know, just anything with Pokemon, it go up. I have Conquest as well. Got it when it was new. Same. Yeah, like what I said in the video is true. I bought that when it came out. It was just, I was like way too busy. I was doing that a lot. Basically, I had money. You know, when you're in the military, you don't pay for anything. Like your only expense is like your cell phone, but you don't pay for your housing, you don't pay for your food. So every paycheck you get, you just like blow it on whatever you want. And I was just buying games left and right on Steam. My Steam library is like 500 games. But even what, I mean, I had been basically what I do on Steam. I wonder if I could show you guys. What I do on Steam is so I make a wish list, and then you can sort it by discount amount. So I do discount amount like this, and just periodically I look on here and see like my rule of thumb for a long time was 50%, but I'm kind of on a budget since I started doing YouTube, and now I'm like 70%. I'll consider it, and if it's something I really want and I love the deal, I'll pick it up. But yeah, you got a lot of stuff on here, like even if they're newer games, like eventually they'll go on sale. Silent Hill 2, Dynasty Warriors Origins, Final Fantasy Rebirth, Persona 3 Reload, Ghost of Tsushima. Like just like hopefully one day they go on sale and I buy them. There's no rush. I'm playing old games anyway. Buy on sale only. Yeah, that's like, dude, I'll never breach that rule. Never. You'll never catch me buying full price day one. My parents trashed all my shit when I joined. The only things that I survived were my GBC and my red and silver versions and my old baseball from high school because my older brother had it all. Good. I'm glad some of your stuff survived. That sucks that they did that. Do you think they knew what they were doing? I genuinely feel awful for anyone getting into Pokemon on physical hardware anytime past 2020. I know. That's why I'm so grateful. Sometime before I started doing YouTube, like, kind of like you, Brewham, like you have these personal desires to go back and like complete the Pokedex on these different games, but you're just doing it for yourself. I had that too. And I just love that I've been able to make that into content because I've had those like desires. Like, you know what? I've never done the Pokemon printer to like print out a diploma. I've never even gotten the diploma in game. But sometimes I feel like, did I waste a bunch of my money? Am I ever going to actually go back and do all these things? And it's so funny that like for years I thought about that. I'm like, man, I spent all this money on games that I'm not even playing, or that I keep telling myself I'm going to play one day. And now I'm finally doing it. And I'm like, thank God I spent that money like 15 years ago and not in 2020. Retro Trader has been the only game I've bought full price since it started playing primarily on PC. Yeah. Like the Final Fantasies, I bought all of those on Steam on discounts. I have from like, as far as mainline Final Fantasies, I'm pretty sure I have 1 through 15. Not including the MMOs. And all of them were on discount when I bought them. Even Final Fantasy 15. And I have like a gamer guilt. I call it like gamer guilt, and it's where like I keep buying all these games on Steam because I can't help myself when the deals are so good. And I'm like, when am I going to play this? And it's like, now I have a reason. It's like I keep saying I'll get there eventually. Like Dragon Quest games, I'll get there eventually. I think of the honest family transition into a new era, and to be honest, when I left for the Navy in 12, none of that stuff was very valuable at the time. Not like it is now, at least. Yeah, I know that. Dude, it's funny, like, back then, 2010 era, I remember, like, all of those retro games being, like, dude, 10, 15 bucks, especially, because there's, like, we're in, like, YouTube kind of made the rise of, like, bargain hunting and going to Goodwills and going to garage sales, and people kind of know what these things are now. They know if it says Pokemon, grab it, you know what I mean? Or the person selling it knows to put like super high. They look on eBay now, they know to put a high price on it. Dude, the 2000s and early 2010s, oh my god, like pick up anything you want cheap. And there was not a lot of ROM hack bullshit. Like, there's an LGS in a local city where my girlfriend lives that they sell ROM hacks, which aren't even like really legal. They sell ROM hacks for like $35. And what they tell people is like, the physical versions of ROM hacks. And they tell people like, well, you could do that, or you could buy this $300 Pokemon Platinum game. And they're like, oh, I'll get the ROM hack. Saying she's back right in Gen 2, it is good. Steam just had it's just an internal backlog where you buy games on discounts. Yeah. It's funny, I used to talk about, well, I can pass all my you know, my Steam library will be in my will, you know what I mean? And it's funny, it was like I started saying that for years, and it was like a year or two ago, Gabe came out and said like, no, you can't do that. I'm like, psh, how are you gonna know? I'll just give someone my password. How are you gonna know? I'll be like the oldest Steam user. They're like, how does this guy live for 120 years? Don't worry about it. Modern science. That's what we'll say. Honestly, some of the ROM hack stuff is some of the most interesting Pokemon stuff. Hell, there are some ROM I'm eyeing that are 900 Pokemon through whatever gen that covers, and it's like Gen 5 regions. I'm not, I didn't mean to say ROM hack. I meant, what do you call it? The fake copies of real games. I was buying a second GBA SP not too long ago, and I despise how hard it is to find an SP that isn't ISP backlit modded. I just wanted the original hardware and just play some OG, but apparently not. I have to admit, Brewham, I was on stream like a few months ago where I was talking to chat. I didn't know that there was different versions of SPs. Because Brewham, I don't know if you know this either. There are some SPs that have just better backlights, but it's original. Because there's different models of them, and like I had the gray one and its backlight worked, but it, you know, it's okay. Well, it certainly wasn't as good as I got this black one, and it was so much better. And I remember saying to chat, I'm like, I don't know why, I don't know if I said it on stream. I was like, I'm pretty sure it's modded because the backlight is like so good. And they were like, no, that's a certain version of SP that came out kind of late into its life. And I was like, oh, because this is awesome. It's like beautiful. It fell on Friday? Damn, dude. Reproduce cartridge. No, like, or yes. They'll put the ROM onto a cartridge, but you can tell the cartridge isn't real. Bootleg, at least you could appreciate how you can get them to actually reasonable prices. I know, but it's annoying because like I'm really big on like, for some reason I want the authentic. Like I'd rather pony up the money to play a real crystal version than a bootleg. And it sometimes creates issues when you're trying to like for example, I don't know if a bootleg version would be able to communicate with the Game Boy printer authentically. And yeah, I know the AGS 001 and 101, they're good, but I legitimately, the majority you find are modded and reshot. Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Because I didn't know that personally. I didn't know that there was like, when I bought that, again, this is like back in 2012, I bought like 2 SPs for some reason, and one of them was this like black one, and it's just perfectly pristine and beautiful, and the screen looks great, and the backlight is super bright. And I was like, oh, this must be modded. So I had no idea. Some GBA SP Gen 2, I think, were backlit from Nintendo. Well, I think all SPs were backlit, but the early ones, the backlight was not nearly as like bright as the later models were. Game Boy Advances initially didn't have backlights. I don't know if they ever made like backlight versions of them. I'm not a fan of the backlight look on the SP games, to be honest. To me, like, the SP, I played my SP more than I did my Game Boy Color. I never had an original Game Boy, but I always had a Game Boy Color. I played my SP, like, I still have it. It's so beat up. I did not, I mean, I took care of it for what my age of child would take care of a thing like that, but God, I played everything. I played, you know, Leaf Green like crazy. I played the Golden Sun games. I put so much time into the Golden Sun games. Ironically, I don't remember much about those games though, other than a few moments. Advance Wars. I played a lot of Advance Wars. Wow, all my Pokeballs. I'm the same though. I prefer authentic, and no, bootleg don't connect to other GB hardware. Bootlegs didn't connect to my box and channel, etc. And SPs were front lit. AGS 101 just had a way brighter one. No sir, Gen 1 SP. I know for sure we're front. Okay. So that's I misunderstood the definitions of front and back. I didn't know what that meant. Sorry about that. I just I guess what in my head the definition was having any light at all. That's what I thought backlit meant. How much? I mean, I do have... I wish I could buy the charcoal right now. So, give me your honest thoughts. Do you think it's fine for the video if... Because I think what I want to do is I think I just want to play through the game, and I'll capture the moments of, like, legendary things or, like, the moments of Suicune. But I think I'm going to play through the game, beat the game, and then we'll come back and catch things for the video. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think it has to be in sequential order. Because my logic is, and I can explain it in the video, my logic is, like, I barely have enough money to buy the Pokeballs right now, and eventually I'm going to run out again, and I'm just going to have to keep playing anyway. So might as well just, like, we just beat the game, have a bunch of money, and come back and do it. That's fair unless you really look into it. There's not really much reason to think otherwise. Yeah. It's probably cheaper these days to buy a DS Lite to play GBA games than an AG 101 SP. That makes sense. I have a DS Lite with the GBA port. It still looks great. Still is comfortable. And that's another thing too. I always do this because I have the GBA back, or the SP. My girlfriend's borrowing the one with the black one with the backlight. When you're an adult now, you have to hold SPs like this. When I was a kid, you could hold it like this, but my hands are too big, so like I have to like cusp on my hands, and it's easier to play like on a DS now, you know. Ultra Balls, yeah. Okay, let's just do that way. We'll just play the game. Crystal sucks because you can't give Magmar a haircut. Does it really not let you give Magmar a haircut? Is that a thing? I thought you could give every Pokemon a haircut. You tend to play your SP with one hand these days. What are you doing with the other hand? I don't know what I was insinuating. American killing hand syndrome. Hey, how small SPs are. Oh god, an SP back in the day though, dude. Oh, come on now. You can't give Magmar one and Crystal unless you trade. Why is that a thing? I didn't know that. My older brother used to let me play his Crystal as a kid because he wouldn't be caught dead having a team without Ampher. That's something I didn't mention in my Crystal video. And so many people in the comments were like, no love for Marie. But I'll get to talk about that in this video. That'll be my redemption. I want to get that prepped in the script already. Oh, my girlfriend got to experience the Wrap Trap for the first time. So her Clefable was paralyzed in Gen 1, and the opponent's Bellsprout kept using Wrap. And she looked at me, she's like, what is this? And I'm like, oh, everybody hates this, don't worry. This is an authentic Gen 1 experience. I'm like, that's how, because Paralyzed makes you immediately always have second priority, and Wrap goes for several turns, and because you're paralyzed, they're going to outspeed you every time. So yeah, she got to experience that, and that was pretty cool. Resident Evil 5 spam the call button. It's weird. My my roommates just started replaying Resident Evil 5 last night. I'm not really familiar with it, but apparently there's co-op, and they were playing. What a coincidence. I remember the first time I encountered Zapdos on Leaf Green as a kid. I was losing my mind at how it moved first. After I'd paralyzed it, mind you, my team was low 30s and slow. Oh, so even when you halved its speed, it was still faster than you? I didn't know about paralysis doing anything with speed for forever. It wasn't until until I was playing Stadium. And maybe I watched like a speed run or something where they said something about like, oh, the opponents, if we can get paralysis on them, we can outspeed them. I was like, why would that be a thing? And I looked it up and I was like, oh, what? And then I applied that knowledge to Pokemon Stadium when I did the videos for that. And I was like, this is OP. Because you take Electrode, you just do Thunder Wave. Shh. Chef's kiss. I just assumed it made him go last. I think that's natural to assume. But yeah, I think it just halves the speed, which in many cases just means you go last. When I was a kid, I thought this whole like unique Pokeball thing was so cool. You had to do so much work to get like very mediocre or bad Pokeballs. A young Professor Oak? And the thing was in Generation 2, it wasn't even like there was a color difference for the Pokeball like there is today. Because like now it's kind of cool to get different Pokeballs because you can catch Pokemon in the, you can get the color scheme you want, if you're shiny. Like when I shiny hunt, I try to catch the Pokemon in a ball that like kind of matches their color. I think that's cool. They should have been automatic to get their capture conditions. It was cool to me too. It just, ignorance is bliss. As a kid, I just like, because I think a lot of them are glitched, right? Like they're actually like technically worse than normal Pokeballs or something. Like the benefits don't actually proc over. I don't know if that's true. I think I've heard that somewhere. Either way, it's a lot of work for like, okay, or you could just buy a Great Ball or a Master Ball. Or not a Master Ball, Ultra Ball. When I was a kid, I always thought Psychic was super effective against Ghost. Oh god, I did that same. Dude, Onio, I did that forever. And my brother was the one that actually reminded me. He's like, no, that's not it. And I was like, what is it? He's like, Poison is weak to Psychic, so that's why that happens. Because I used to think, even with the anime being like, oh, Ghost type super effective against Psychic type, the thing was the only Ghost type was the Gengar line. So in my mind, I was like, no, Psychic type's good against Ghost type. I never color matched Pokemon to Pokeballs, but I did like catching them in my favorite ones. That was until White 2, when I got a weird obsession with catching in standard Pokeballs. Interesting. See, I got into the whole matching them to a color palette that kind of looks like them, or a thematic one. Like earlier in stream, I showed you guys I had a shiny Cresselia from Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. I caught it in a Moon Ball, and it's like a Moon Pokemon, And then another one I'm proud of is I've caught a shiny Dialga in a Timer Ball. Get it? Gen 2 bugged like Gen 1 in some ways, yeah. In Gen 1 it didn't help. Ghost was bugged, yeah. Right, because it It shouldn't have meant... You still shouldn't have been super effective against it, right? Psychic was immune to Ghost in Gen 1. I wanted to catch Kyogre in a Pokeball, and my brother hated me because I passed up a shiny. What the What are you talking about? Explain yourself. Perfect for Dialga, I know. I'm proud of that one. I mean, I don't want to go through the torture of catching shinies in the Safari Zone, but another one I was thinking of is catching Pokemon in the Safari Zone in Safari, just the normal Pokemon, but in the ball from the Safari Zone, then sending them up and then breeding them for shinies. But I think now in like the ZA, like Indigo Disc, don't they like just give you Safari Balls? You can catch whatever you want in them. He quit Pokemon Gen 3 because there was no Ocean Blue version? That's funny. You ignored a shiny for a Pokeball capture. Nice Johto Pokemon, Johto Gym Leader. Yeah. Can I defend that? Can I defend that? Because, like, I know that that's a common criticism. It's still not something we've seen. Like, we hadn't had a bug-type gym leader yet. So, like, Scyther, cool. And the amount of Pokemon added in Gen 2, there really wasn't that many. Isn't it one of the smallest? Or maybe... No, X and Y is the smallest, but I think right below them, or right above them is Gen 2. I wonder if I'm going to be able to beat the rival. Does anyone remember the way to bypass the step register for the Safari Zone Gen 1? God, that made catching Scyther Chansey so much less expensive. So, Chad, you have to, like... Okay, so go into a grass patch, and you, like, lightly... If you're playing on ROM, it might be harder. But basically, you lightly press to the direction you're not looking, and you keep going back and forth. And you should stay on the same time. You gotta lightly press. You gotta do, like, a half press. And you'll, like, look... in different directions, but you'll stay on the same tile. So it won't count as a step, but it will count. It won't count as a step counter, like on your counter in the Safari Zone, but it will count as a step as far as like being able to roll to run into a wild Pokemon. It'll take a bit, but it'll catch on and you'll kind of get it. They could have used Hoot Hoot and Nocturne for their... I can't defend that. You're correct on that. You're right on that. Or, like, they could have used Ladybug in the gym battle. Ladybug and Ledian or whatever. You're right. You're right. Maybe you got a point. Okay, I guess I'll defend it again. No, I want to defend it because Johto is right next to Kanto, and it's like they clearly use Kanto Pokemon all over Johto. So it's like, if you really think about it, it's still like, it makes sense for the region. Half press overpowered. They shouldn't, though. Why not? They're geographically right next to each other. I don't think that's too much of a stretch. It's Johto's first and Kanto's neighbor second. Yeah, but like, maybe Kanto, just the disposition of Pokemon or the dispersion of Pokemon just happens to lean in the Pokemon that exist in Kanto already, whereas Johto might just be more habitable to both rosters. Pokemon are everywhere. Kanto Pokemon are everywhere in the wild anyway. I felt there's less distinction between the two regions. Also, they share the same league. That Onio could have said it better myself. Geographically, they're right next to each other. They share the same league. There's plenty of Kanto Pokemon in Johto. I'm fine with it. It'd be different if, like, there was the same typing. It'd be different if, like, there's another water gym and they have the same roster as Misty. And, like, why didn't you use this opportunity to do something different? That would have been... I would have questioned that more, I think. But since we never had, like, a bug gym in Gen 1, we had a grass gym, but we didn't have a bug gym. Like, I'm fine with that. And, you know, with so much time and so much more Pokemon added and you know, standards that were raised, you know, Gen 3, Gen 4, the standards got raised as far as like using new Pokemon from that generation. I don't think it was really stale at the time or anything. Defend Slugma, defend Houndour then. Well, I'm not defending that. That's still annoying. Your complaint, don't move the goalpost. Your complaint was about gym rosters. If you're referring to why are Johto Pokemon suddenly showing up in Kanto, I mean, I think it only matters when the access to them in Johto is limited. Like, so suddenly there's a population of Houndours in Johto that never exists, or Kanto that never existed before. Bugsy could have... I know that she could have had... I'm not saying it's like the most... I feel like we're talking past each other. I'm not saying it's beyond reason for you to suggest that the second gym leader, or Gen 2 gym leaders should have, like, yes, Heracross or Ladybug or Ledian or whatever. I'm just saying I don't think it's like as egregious in Gen 2 that they have Kanto Pokemon 2 because they establish it within the region. It's like, yes, Faulkner probably should have had a Noctowl and a Hoot Hoot, but you also see plenty of Pidgeys on your way there, so it's like it's not unreasonable to be like, okay, it makes sense that he has these Pokemon. I mean, they're local to the area. Or like just north of this gym is the bug catching contest where Bugsy probably caught her Scyther. It's still booty. Mistreat, that's a great point too. It's not technically what? You just want more, yeah. I'm not disagreeing that they could have used... I mean, look, I have the same complaint for Megas in X and Y. Like, why didn't you lean on your gimmick? You know? And I gave examples for each, you know, by the time you get megas is like what, the third or fourth gym? I think it's like the third gym. After you beat the third gym, you start getting megas. And you already have, what's her name, Corinna or whatever. So why don't you give gym leaders megas after that? Why don't you lean into your own gimmick? It's a similar argument to Gen 2. Why don't you use your new fresh Gen 2 Pokemon? I totally get it. By the way, did you guys see how I beat the rival there? You're welcome. I am him. The main thing people don't understand is that the time of release, nobody cared about the distribution of Johtomons. That's kind of what I was leaning towards too, is like, at the time, like, it was still a fresh, like, experience. Like, nobody, I don't remember anybody being tired of Kanto Pokemon at the time, you know? The general leap from Game Boy to Game Boy Color is insane. I agree. Eon Kane. So when I talked earlier about how she's playing a real Pokemon Blue cartridge, but we decided that she's gonna play. I want to catch this Paris, but I don't have Pokeballs. I'm gonna go back and get Pokeballs. I at least want to catch a Paris because I think it's gonna be a great Pokemon to catch Pokemon with. So I put the Gen 2 emulators on her Steam Deck, and then I showed her the intro to Pokemon Crystal, and I looked at her, I'm like, you know, this is only like a year or two after the first games, and she's playing the first games. She's like, are you serious? I'm like, yeah. Like, I was like, the ones you're playing were Game Boy, and this is Game Boy Color. She's like, oh my, she's like, it's totally different. Thanks for the sub, John Fisher. I feel like I've met you before. I ran into some great Pokemon already. I'm disappointed I don't have my Pokeballs. I wonder how much I'll be able to afford anyway. Light years, yeah. I mean, just that intro. Just the introduction scene. The Fisherman. Didn't play Gen 2 until after Gen 3 was out, and I think I did play it on release. I probably would have been a full Pokemon guy to this day. I never heard the Mons spread between regions being a thing back then. I think that's definitely a critique that appeared in retrospect, and it wasn't a legit concern at the time. Like you were saying, I agree. At the time, it was like, sorry, I agree. I got lost in the sauce. I agree. I think at the time, it was like, oh, no big deal. Like, we're not tired of him yet, you know? And I'm sure people look, hold on. Eon Kane. And I'm not saying this is your position, but hear me out. One of the complaints about Pokemon Black and White is they're like, oh, but I want to use Pokemon I know and love. So they will fault Gen 5 for having an entirely new roster, the most Pokemon ever added, even more than Gen 1. They'll fault them for that. They're like, well, I can't even catch Pokemon I already love and know about until the post game. And I'm like, isn't that great? It's like best of both worlds. Don't you want like all the don't you want the new Pokemon front loaded so you can have fun and try new things out, and then you can still in the post game catch old Pokemon? Well, in Gen 2, it's like, yeah, well, I mean, if you still love Gen 1, you still get to catch Gen 1 Pokemon during your journey. What's up, SVX? My favorite Pokemon game of all time. Have fun. Thank you. Appreciate you, man. We're just happy to have more back then. Yeah. I don't want to. I don't think it's like development woes and timelines don't necessarily like. I don't think you should use that to defend like what the game turns out to be. Because like for example, if I were to say, well, they had a short development time for Gen 2. Therefore, like I can't diminish criticism of it though, because if we do that, then you have to do it the same for ZA or something, you know, like, well, what if their dev team was small? Like you can't criticize it because the dev team was small. So it's like I'm not saying you can't criticize Gen 2, even though we know that like they had a short development window, because like, hey, I mean, it has nothing to do with the end product. The end product is the end product. But we do know that they also had like a very, like, they had to just like crank this game out, you know? Doesn't mean you can't criticize. You absolutely can. It's fair. Gen 5 is what I wanted Gen 4 to be. Black and White 2 was so much more fun with new Pokemon. I disagree. Like, I love the design of Black and White. To me, it's perfect. Like, in the post game, all over the map, you can catch the previous 4 generations. To me, that's perfect. They did the best with that at the time, you're right. Which is fine to note, like I did, but it also, I also say that like it doesn't mean that you can't critique. The game turned out to be what it was. I defend this iteration of the roster because, like, to me, it makes sense because geographically they're like right next to each other. So it makes sense that there would be like, for example, if there's a native salamander in the real Kanto region, is it impossible that in a province right next to Kanto there'd be the same species of salamander? Of course not. They're like right next to each other. Now, if the equivalent was like, you know, the American crocodile showed up in like Antarctica, yeah, I mean that now it's like harder to like understand and justify. But within the Pokemon universe, it's like, I mean, the regions are right next to each other. There's not much diversity between them as far as like biomes. ZA is more of a monetization issue, $90 base. Agreed. Agreed. Well, Curbs, I maybe I should have established what I'm responding to without doing it cryptically, but after my video on it, a Psyduck! Wow, I didn't know that. People have this weird automatic defense, so like when they're trying to defend a product, especially modern gaming, when they try to defend it, they have like these, I think it's like obfuscation, because like something people will throw out without evidence, by the way, without evidence, they'll just say it's not the developer's fault. So and so made them push out the game really quick, or it's like it's not the developer's fault. Like they have a lot of passion, but like it's this greedy Nintendo. How do we know that for every situation? Like, how do we know? No, they had plenty of time, and this was the product. They had the team, and they were, you know. And how do we know that they had to like? How do we know that for every situation? But that's like the default thing when someone's trying to defend a game that's like really poorly made or designed. They're like, oh, well, it must be the upper corp. I'm not saying that doesn't happen either, but I don't know. It's like, show me where that happened. Like, I've seen, I like sports simulation games. I think they've been trash for forever. I mean, not forever, but they used to be much better back in the day before, you know, Ultimate Team ruined it. I've seen these developers do interviews in recent years, and they do not seem passionate. They don't seem like they like the games they make. So I don't give like this automatic like, oh man, it must be really hard collecting a paycheck from EA and recycling the same assets over and over and over again. It's like, yeah, but they can also leave the job if they're not passionate about it. They collect the paycheck. Like I don't know what that has to do with me by the time a product comes out. Like if I critique something in ZA and they're like, You don't know, but you don't know what kind of timeline they had and like what kind of pressures they were under. You don't know either. Were you working there? I'm just talking about the game. I didn't say go hunt down the developers and beat them up. I'm just talking about the game. I'm a sucker for comfort Pokemon, which makes Black and White weird for me. I understand. Black and White not having any old Mons was basically what brought me back into Pokemon. That's what I liked about it. It was, I talked about it in the video where it kind of felt like Red and Blue all over again, which is like what they were kind of going for. My headcanon is that there was a new pass in the mountains that allowed Johto Mons to travel through Kanto and vice versa, and there was 3 years between the two in-universe. Anyway, and you know that headcanon is pretty good because that's grounded within like the universe of the regions, because you know they're making that like they're making the monorail. So yeah, you could say something like that. And even and that makes more sense for like, I guess, the Johto Pokemon, because you never saw Johto Pokemon in Kanto in Gen 1. A game like Sonic's 06 had development hell like that, I will straight up say. Not saying it doesn't exist. I'm saying that like today it's like a weird default mechanism that people could just throw out without any evidence. Like I see it all the time, and I'll ask them, I'm like, where are you getting this from? They're like, oh, it's just a state of modern gaming. It's like, okay, but like nobody came out and said like they had no time to make this game, and it's just people wanting to defend the thing they love. They think criticism like hurts the franchise, when like I guarantee you criticism and people speaking with their wallets will make the thing you like better. Defending it blindly will not make your game better. I was shitty that you couldn't catch Litwick and Vanillite earlier though. Their team was cut in half midway through. They had no time and they were working on new gen hardware. That's a poor defense. Obsidian made New Vegas in 18 months. 18-month cave with a box of scraps and damaged video essays for an entire... Yeah. That's a good point. In fact, there's like... I hate it, but like I've said this about certain people in business too. Like, certainly we could agree that the products that, especially for their time, that Apple made when Steve Jobs was alive are better than what they're doing now, right? But Steve Jobs was an asshole. He just objectively was an asshole. Games built on... Some of the most classic games of all time were built on incredibly tight development windows. But is it right that you put developers through that when it happens? And then, you know, you play a great game and you're like, maybe it's worth it. Maybe there's blood, sweat, and tears what made the game great. Leave my multi-dollar company alone. Multi-billion-dollar company alone. I know. In Bando, what's up, dude? Glad you're alive. Yeah, I hit you up. Just checking on you, dude. How you been? How's life? How's your weekend? How's your last 5 years been? I didn't need to know. Random Nintendo straw man. Libet asking for source when they just made it up. Yeah. I was not an 06 fan. I genuinely dug up it recently, which I know about their dev hell. Oh, I didn't think you were. I just meant the reason why. Like, I don't want mine to seem like a straw man. But like I'll see that, you know, when I criticize. Really, I only out of like 50. How many videos do I have? In like 45 or 50 or something. I only think like 3 of them like are just negative straight up. And in those videos, like I'll see things, you know, because people earlier, somebody was like, there's nothing quite like Nintendo fans or Pokemon fans when they're defending something. It's like every fandom has it. I don't know to what degree which ones are worse, but like another one is Todd Howard and Bethesda. Oh my God, the things people will say to defend. Oh, it's crazy. You can, I'm going to be a little bit specific here. You can literally make a video compiling all the things Todd has said, and people will like clearly they're not watching the full video. They kind of get the idea early on. They get mad and they type a thing and it's like, when has Todd ever said that they... timestamp. This is, I'm showing you when he said it. Deletes their comment. Doesn't reply. Oh, okay. Just working, pretty much going to the gym. I know it doesn't look like it, but I started going back to the gym. Got married last year as well. Wow, congratulations, man. All my homies hate Todd Howard. Oh, look at you talking, Mr. Love 76. I remember you. Steve Jobs was a good marketer, but it took him years to figure out how to run the company. Getting kicked out of Apple and sinking to Next was the best thing that happened to him, right? Because then he went to, what was it, Pixar. Kicked ass. You're right, though. Like, he had to go through all of that to actually, like, be good at what he did. As far as marketing. Like, he never, like, I don't think he really ever invented a product, right? Like, he didn't make the Apple II. It's very ironic that a lot of things that have been made by teams led by complete assholes, but simply the way they work and their demand is what makes them... I know, it's like... It's true, though. It's like... I know not every great product has that same situation, but a lot of them do. And it's like... What is it, the psychology of that? I don't know. I still play 76. I got like 4 to... Holy shit. To your credit, Bando, I heard it's really good now. I'm not saying either way. Because I don't know. I don't play it. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I don't know. Jobs was also a hardware guy, not a software guy. That's why Wozniak was the other half of the yin-yang. The more I find out about Jobs, the more I think he wouldn't have done shit without... No, that's like has to be confirmed. He wouldn't have done... He didn't build the Apple II. He got kicked out of the company, in the 80s? Like, mid-80s or something. So he did the next thing, which was largely a, like, ploy to fuck with Apple. No, I think Steve's strength was management. But I don't think he was, like, because he had failures, too. Like, which one was the colored monitors? The Macintosh? Even the coolest guy ever, John Carpenter, loves 76. Is that his name? Is John Who's John Carpenter? I thought you were saying the best guy ever. I'm like, the best guy ever, I bet, does not love 76. You're lying, dude. It's better than it was, but saying it's good would be a stretch. Oh my god, you've come a long way, Bando. You would never get violent like me, verbally violent like me, but you would always be like, no, I like it, it's good, and like I still like him. You should try it. You should try it. You fought for a long time to get me to play 76. Where is everybody chatting? If you look at the bottom right of your screen, we're on YouTube, or most of us are on YouTube. Sorry, I have the text disappearing too because I don't like when the text stays too long. Something that makes the this gen a little bit easier too is breeding. So like say I didn't have my Gen 1 game. I mean, you still need Gen 1 to complete the Pokedex, but like with Eevee, you can breed 5 Eevees that you need. I swear, on my anime titty collection, Livid was even on the Bethesda day. What do you mean? Okay, Bando. Oh, Bando, it's my Livid Live channel, by the way, not the main channel. Oh, I meant to go get the Paris. I'm gonna go back and get Paris. I just ended up here through the algorithm and then just decided to chill while playing PLA. Well, I appreciate you, Curb. I hope you've been having fun. What's up, Corbin Roy? Appreciate you. I appreciate you taking a chance on me, Curb. If you like Pokemon content, Curb, I make like retrospective and analysis videos on my main channel, just Livid. And I would be streaming on that channel, but I noticed that a lot of people will unsub if you stream on channels where you don't really do like streaming content. They probably get annoyed. So, and I noticed that other YouTubers that I like had second channels, and I always wondered why they did, and now I think that's why. It's like, it's kind of two different, they can definitely cross-pollinate. There could be people who love watching retrospective content and they like streamers, but I think majority is like they don't really care if you stream and they get annoyed when they get the pop-up or a notification. The only gripe I had with the breeder was that the time hatch eggs and they had to be slotted in a roster. It still drives me... Yeah, the slot in the roster thing is annoying. It has to be the second one, right? It's been a nice time. Good. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. 76 is good if you're willing to spend money. That's the main issue. Everything cool is paywalled, right? Which, of course, it was gonna get there inevitably. I got you, Corbin. Or Bando. That's modern gaming for you. You know, I will say this. There are so many amazing and incredible franchises I've still yet to play, and it'll probably take me, at this point, a lifetime, close to a lifetime, to play games that came out 20 plus years ago. And between that and every now and then there are good new games, I'm gonna have content for a long time. Until I hit the lottery or until my stocks go crazy, and then I will retire and ride off into the sunset. Except I lied, because I love making content so much. I'm gonna keep making content. I've got it slotted in the 6 hole. Chad, I don't. The reason why I said that is I think it only procs. I think I might be incorrect on. In fact, I actually think I'm wrong on this. I think it only, and the reason why I know that is because I shiny hunt with my shiny ditto method on my virtual console version, and I'm pretty usually when like eggs hatch. Say I collect 5 eggs, because sometimes it'll randomize pretty quick. Meaning the old man will get the egg. You can get 5 eggs pretty quick, and if I go up and down Goldenrod City and one hatches, usually soon thereafter the next one will hatch. So I don't think it's doing it one by one, because those other eggs wouldn't hatch so quickly after the first ones. So I actually do think it multi-steps. I haven't played Power World, no. I hear a lot of good things. I'm not against it. If I get super rich, you get 15%. I'll pay it forward. I'll be a generous YouTuber. The best I could do, honestly, I have to keep getting better and improving with stock. Keep finding different stories and snippets and positions that I've succeeded on over a long period of time, and then I could pass that knowledge on to the next generation, and they can increase their wealth. My wife has been playing Power World and loves it. She's a big Pokemon nerd like you, so I thought you might have played it. Looks worth checking out. I think I will, eventually. I think it's a possibility. Bando, where are you living these days? I always tell my coworkers I'll paintball the safety posters my job has if I win the lottery. That's kind of the thing, is to be quite honest, after I get a house, and when I say get a house, like because I go like very conservative on estimates of like money I'd make. I mean, of course, who doesn't want to make even more, but I'm gonna keep growing, you know, and that'll increase views and like revenue. I don't need to be super wealthy. I mean, I think the big one for me is I have a pretty good amount of stock, and I want that to keep growing, and I want to add to it. Like, I want to profit every month, which I have been, which is very nice. And then I want to add to it, and then eventually I want to buy a house outright, because if I do that, I'm only paying what utilities and property tax. I don't need to make a lot of money after that, you know? I just need to be able to like feed myself, have enough for like insurances and stuff for my health. But other than that, like, I've never been like a super nice car person or eat out all the time. Like a trip to Costco, I figured out, and I know I don't look, I know it looks like I eat plenty. But even for me, I can buy stuff from Costco and spend like $110 and it feeds me for the month. It's crazy. East Tennessee. I'm a city planner now, still on the West Coast. Yeah, I'm back home. I did contracting for several years. And I came home in January of this year. Started doing YouTube. You just sort out my inventory and PLA to get more slots. There's a maximum inventory thing? Oh, there is, isn't there? I just want to visit Southeast Asian countries for their comic conventions. I mean, I'd be lying if I said I didn't want to go to Japan just to like weeb out and buy Pokemon products and like look at all the things I like. Buy like vintage Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy and Pokemon stuff. You're not going to be the generic post-military and getting a Dodge Charger now. Well, you say, hold on, you say post-military. A lot of boots will do that. Boots will get a Charger. Yeah, one of my favorite memes of all time is like that I just joined the military starter kit, and it's like a Dodge Charger, a Monster Energy drink, dip, and divorce papers. I thought Dodge Chargers came as part of the military contract. Yeah. Dude, it got so bad that at my first school, my A school, they you weren't allowed to, because so many fucking dumbasses would get out of boot camp and try to go off base and buy a Dodge. And so they made it a policy at our school: you're not allowed to buy a new car. Like, you can't buy a car, or period. You can't buy a car, period. They're like, stop doing this nonsense. I joke about that with my boss because he's a veteran, but he didn't know that about the meme. Yeah, it's true though. The divorce one is funny because like I know so many people that like, because some divisions in boot camp are integrated, meaning you have females with you. Most are just all the same, or sorry, more males join than females. So like, let's say there's 10 divisions in a graduating section. 8 of them are all males, and then the last 2 are like half male, half female. I was in an integrated division, And you know, I had a cute, like I had a girl I had a fling with, right? But I was never like, oh, I'm gonna marry this chick. I didn't know anything about her. But it certainly is. Boot camp goes a lot quicker when you have like, you can flirt with a girl. She would like grab my butt randomly. You know how nice that is? She'd like sneak it. Anyway, I knew so many people that would get married. They'd meet some girl or guy in boot camp, and they're like, they'd get out of boot camp and immediately marry each other. Like, what are you doing? You don't know this person. We only got to talk for like, because you know they would watch you. You couldn't just go over and talk to the females. The RDCs would freak out. So it's not like you could have deep conversations about your future. It's like one of you would go get to the water fountain, and the other one would have to pretend they wanted water too. They could talk for like 2 seconds. I joke about that when they had to be Navy wide. And then, of course, it happened more frequently in A school, because then you can actually like communicate and like hang out and go on little dates after class and stuff. I have many friends who married boot camp booze or A school booze, and they're divorced from them. I don't really get the rush to get married. My wife and I have been together 8 years. We got married last year because she was going to age out of her parents' insurance. Okay, so I'll tell you what it is. You get a lot of, there's multiple factors, but you get a lot of people who may be from like small towns or even small cities. And you put them all in a confined space under like stressful circumstances. So then people are like seeking comfort or seeking normality, right? And then 2, you get to meet people from all over the country, and you may have been isolated in your experience. And you know, a guy from Seattle, Washington meets a girl from Arkansas, and she's got an accent. And am I referencing something real? Maybe not. Maybe I am. And you think her accent's really hot, and she likes your accent, and she thinks like, whoa, you're from a big city, or you've seen the ocean. You know, and like it's like mysterious and new, and you're really excited about it, you know. And maybe a girl from Arkansas likes you for who you are, but the girls back in your small hometown in Washington don't really, they think you're too nerdy or something, right? They don't think it's cute or whatever. Definitely not referencing anything. And then 100%. I never got married. I've never been married or divorced or anything. But so then, you know, what happens is in boot camp, if it happens at boot camp, you may have different jobs. So after boot camp, she's going to go to on this side of the country to that job or that school, and you're going to go to this side of the country. Or if you meet in A school, if you go to the same school, when you get your orders, one of them gets orders to this country or place. The other one gets other side of the world. But if you get married, the military like has to make an effort to co-locate you. So then they're married, so like send them both to Japan, send them both to Bahrain, send them both to Florida. So that's the military kind of sets up an incentive to get married. And then furthermore, if you're married, it gets you out of the barracks quicker. It doesn't always guarantee you'll get out of the barracks, but usually if you're married, they'll like, because they don't want like a married couple living in the barracks, so they'll like, okay, give them BAH, they can go live out in town. The military does little things like that are funny. For example, there's like an unspoken rule that if you smoke in the military, you get like smoking breaks. There is no like other kind of break for anybody else who doesn't smoke. So it's like, if you start smoking, you can start taking smoke breaks with your chief, and nobody will bat an eye, and no, this is not an issue, and everybody else has to keep working. And you could disappear half your day just toking and joking at the smoke pit. So then, what do you think people want to do now? They want to smoke. Living off base, getting BAS, which is like they pay you for food. You get to live out in town, and they start giving you money for food, and you don't have to go to the galley anymore. So they incentivize people to like get into marriages, even though it may not be the best choice, and they haven't vetted that person yet. They kind of incentivize you to like just jump into it. Oh, I can get out of the barracks and I can live like a real adult. I always wanted to set a ceremony with family, and now she came around and was like, yeah, we should have done that. The financial advantages of being married in the service cannot be understated. Your income could legitimately quadruple overnight. BAH, BAS, the married kicker for pay is substantial, correct? That would straight up cause me to start smoking. Right. No, Bando. It gets like that. It gets really frustrating because like you'll have people that are just slacking all day and they're like constantly being like, oh, I need to smoke. I need to smoke. They would talk about it like it was a constitutional right. They're like, well, I need to smoke. And it was like, show me where like this is like written anywhere that you get to constantly leave to go smoke. And of course it doesn't exist, but there's like this weird little in it. There's this like weird sympathy for them, almost like they're pregnant. Like, sorry guys, I'm pregnant. I have to take a break. It's like smokers always got like this, like a pregnancy sympathy or something. I'm like, what are we talking about? Like they're slacking. They're not doing anything. I was a little shit. I used to, I was a dog handler, so I worked in a kennel, and I used to buy. I didn't want to start smoking, so I would buy gummy cigars, like the toy or the candy cigars. And when they'd go smoke, I'd go with them with a little candy cigar. And they thought it was hilarious, and they let me go hang out with them. But I was like defiant. I'm like, no, fuck this. Like, if you guys are going to take a break and I still have to like clean up the dog shit or feed the dogs, like, no, I'm taking a smoke break with you. I don't think I've ever heard anyone joining the military outside of I'll get free schooling or I'll get discounts on X thing. You know, when 9/11 happened, there was certainly a lot of people. There's definitely like a national pride or a call to service when like something like that happens. By my generation, certainly a lot of people's story was like mine was college. Mine was like 80% college, which I never cut a degree, by the way. I just didn't have a sense of direction in life. But that goes into this like 20% that was remaining is, look, I mean, the benefits of you don't have to pay for housing, you don't have to pay for food. You might come from an expensive city like I did in a rough time economically. And suddenly there's this organization that'll kind of cover all of your expenses and you'll have money. Wow. And yeah, am I patriotic and stuff? Sure. Of course. But I will readily admit, but I'm a millennial. By the time I was like an adult, like 9/11 had been, I didn't join to like go take down bin Laden myself, you know. It was either that or continue down the path I was going to end up with me in a box. Yeah. So I came from I came from a disturbed background, you know, and certainly it got me out of an environment. Whitney's gonna beat me. I was only 2 when 9/11 happened. I forget about the American I'm a patriot. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's a cultural difference between us and other countries. I don't see like patriotism and stuff as like a negative or like, but again, it's two different countries, so I remember a long time ago when I did Magic, there was a guy from like Czechoslovakia, and he was like all for it. He's like, I love how Americans take pride in their country. He's like, I visited once, and you know, all these suburban homes had American flags. You know, that's how my town is. You know, some people dig it, some people don't. I get it. All right, Bando. Thanks for stopping by. Good to see you, man. Not that you asked for a follow-up, Brewham, but I also think there's a distinction between like patriotism and like a loyalty to the government or something. Like I am not a fan of the government. It's mostly like it's or in my definition, it's like a pride and adherence to the Constitution, which was not written by anybody living today. Being, you know, like that's what I mean when I talk about it. Like I think the government is a cesspool of waste and theft. We kind of just see the patriotism thing like a weird obsession almost. I don't know. We find it strange. I don't know. Like, I don't think it... Everybody's different. I don't think it, like, dominates my day or my thinking. And we're certainly, like... There are certainly, like, Russian patriots and Chinese patriots. Like, dude, China talks a lot. Chinese people talk a lot. Like, China #1. Like, that's like a meme now. Regardless of what you hear or see from American patriotism, the thing they all agree on is fuck the government, which is good. I agree. People who are like, I love the government, if you're out, you deserve to get your ass kicked. But I agree. I don't, no matter what side of the political spectrum, I do think Americans have like a healthy distrust of government, which I think is good. My thing is, like, anecdotally, it's crazy that if you support like government-run things and government-run anything, the military is actually a great place to learn about how bad those systems can be, because when government runs things, it's like full of inefficiencies, full of having to justify its own existence and being subsidized by tax money. So like, for example, like government shutdowns, America's going through a government shutdown right now. That's been happening with every administration for a long time. When I was in there, it was during one of the Obama years, and when a government shutdown happens, if you don't have like a Navy Federal Credit Union who is paying us through the shutdown, you don't get paid, right? You know what? There was like a black fund, a black money, or what do they call it? Like a word for like money hidden away. You know what I mean? Somehow they were able to pay the officer club staff through the government shutdown, so the officers could keep playing golf. Or about how much money that the contractors for the government charge the government for, like, I remember Tulsi Gabbard talked about if you go into like a dining facility and you grab an apple, they charge you $30 because you walked into the dining facility. And there's people who used to work in the government on these contracting companies on their boards. Like when I was contracting in Iraq, my company contracted with the Department of State. We had retired Department of State people working on our company's board. That's not a conflict of interest. And they have buddies in the government, so when they bid for contracts, they're like, hey, like, you should write the contract this way, because the government gets to decide, like, here's what we're going to pay. Like, you guys get to bid on what we need, and we'll accept these contracts. And they all kind of work together to make sure that, like, every time they swipe their card for food, we're going to charge the government $30. And it's like, we have people that used to work in our government working against our government on purpose so that everybody makes money. And that's like our tax dollars. So anyway, when you see that both in the military and in contracting, that is how it works with every other program. When the government's in control of like every program, like that's what happens. Livid bro, good to see you stream up and running. Up late tonight, grinding the Gen 2 decks. Best gen in my opinion. Glad to see you made it to Goldenrod. You're the man. Thank you, Bigfoot. Jeez, that was very kind. You're embarrassing me. Love the country and the people. Fuck the government. Views on Tom Clancy, Splinter Cell. I haven't played them. Regardless of what you hear or see, the thing is, Eon, Kane, Splinter Cell is sick. My brother and I played it as a kid. Times genuinely was like the best gaming experience we had. Bigfoot, how was your weekend, dude? What you up to? Thank you for hanging out in the stream and listening to my ranting about the government. $1,800 for screws. I could get a Home Depot for 75 cents because I had to order it through the Naval Aviation System. Yeah. Exactly. Like, oh my god, I used to get so mad. So when I was contracting, we called the Chow Hall the DFAC. And at the DFAC, they, you know, I'm a fat boy. I want to get 3 sodas because sometimes you were going to feed yourself for the whole day, right? Like you'd go in the DFAC to get food because you know that you're not going to have time later to come back. So I'd go to the DFAC and some people would grab, you're supposed to get 2 sodas maximum or any drink. And even like juice or whatever. You can only get 2 drinks. And but a lot of us are like loading up. We're about to go into a desert outpost. Beaming sun. We're not allowed to leave. We have no relief coming. And we want to grab 3 fucking sodas. And they had the nerve, mind you, every time you swipe your card, charges the government $30, no matter how little or less you gain. And they would guard the soda thing, like, you can only grab 2 sodas. And it was just hilarious, because even if you grabbed 1 soda, no meal, they'd be like, yep, government, $30. $30, please. For a 50-cent can of soda. Good weekend, my man. Can't complain. Been playing some Sonic Racing Cross Worlds. What? I've never heard of that. What system is that for? I'm going to hit Miltic with the smoke screen. Maybe that will dodge some of the rollouts. It did. Nice. I'm a cool guy. Bigfoot, the only Sonic game I've ever played was Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. And I love that game, dude. But I love it mostly for the Chow Garden. All modern systems. It's really good. Nice, dude. So it's a newer game. It's brand new, probably 2 months old at this point. It's on everything, probably the main competition for new Mario Kart. Wow. Am I gonna die? Oh my god. Winnie's gonna keep beating me. Do I have a quick attack with Sandshrew? Somehow live? Somehow live? Oh, come on, Sandshrew. Well, I did smoke screen. I did do a smoke screen, so maybe it's gonna miss and Paris will get the last hit. Miss? Oh. Come on, Togepi. Togepi has no attack. That is my longest playtime on Sonic game. Second, the weird werehog. It's a weird werehog. Cross Worlds is friggin' awesome. Hatsune Miku is one of the characters. Minecraft characters just got added this week. Oh wow, they're not messing around, are they? Getting the crossovers. I wouldn't have expected that. Metronome, yeah, I wish. I thought about doing a that could be fun for a video, kind of like in a J-Rose style, but take a metronome user like Clefable or Togepi and just try to beat the game with metronome. It sounds like torture. Imagine if metronome rolling a priority boot makes it priority metronome. Metronome explosion, yeah. Dude, there's something to that, because we've all experienced that, right? But it feels like it's just too high. So, like, do you think the devs put, like, a explosion as, like, 5% versus, like, 0.5% for every move in the game? Live it as the magic of the gathering autism, not the obscure RNG dependent Pokemon challenge run autism. Oh yeah, you don't think I have what it takes. My autism is different. You couldn't even kill the Sandshrew. Oh god, stop. I want the Sandshrew to die. Thank you. My son is losing his mind right now over the fact that Ditto mimics all the other Pokemon. He hasn't quite reached the dark side of it, being a breeding slave. Yeah. You know, the thing is, like, I still don't... He won't have a concept of what's going on. I didn't. Maybe I wasn't a smart kid, though. That's probably more... I probably just wasn't a smart kid. I eat Tylenol by the bottle to get better at Pokemon. So, Bigfoot, are you playing... Isn't it like an online game, too? Are you playing online? I never saw anything weird about Ditto just being the Pokemon you put stuff to breed with eggs until the internet we got weird about it, in my view. Fortunately, that wasn't until like the mid-2010s. Yeah, as a kid, I didn't understand like breeding or what any of that meant. So like, it was totally appropriate, you know. It wasn't until I got older where it was like, yeah, like the internet. You're like, oh god. I grew up on a farm. There was a solid understanding of exactly what was going on. That's funny. You jumped Clover? What are you talking about? Crossworlds does have online. I'm not very good at trying to complete the offline mode currently. The hardest difficulty is brutal on me right now. Damn. Oh, I'm PLA. Gotcha. Gotcha. You grew up on a farm too, Eon? I like semi grew up on a farm. My grandma had like chickens and goats. Does that kind of count? I would have to go get the eggs. One time a chicken poked me in the eye. It was a very traumatic moment in my little life. To be fair though, I think back on that, my family was basically like oh, they'll figure it out kind of people, you know what I mean? And they sent me in with a basket when I must have been like 3 years old or something to go get eggs from the chicken coop. Like, yeah, hens will defend their eggs, like, if you mess with them. And I remember going in to grab the eggs and like a hen like poked me in the eye. No shit. I think back on that. I'm like, why would you, alone, by the way. They were like, oh, go in the coop, get some eggs. It's not a great idea. Cows, chicken, ducks, nice. What was cool was my aunt had property where like this one river split into two for a little bit. It was really unique. I don't even know how that, it's weird to think about because usually rivers just, I don't know. But it like split across this circular part of land and then it went over and then it came back around. So we called it the island because it was basically surrounded by this river and the river rejoined itself later. And there was one bridge that they built onto the island and the rest of it was lined with sticker bushes. So those big spiky, you know, black thorn bushes. I think that's slang. We called it sticker bushes. And there was little outcrops onto beaches of this land where you know animals and people could go down and get to the water and stuff. But it was perfect because you didn't have to put up any fencing in the animal. You just had to have a gate on that bridge. But you could have all the animals you wanted out there, and they couldn't get off the island. And they had access to water and plenty of grass that grew pretty rapidly. So I used to go out there and hang out with goats. There's a lot of goats out there. I have a traumatic story where I accidentally killed an animal one time. It was a total accident, but it was sad. I don't even know why I brought it up. I don't like talking about it. Pokemon Pokemon Legends live at house. Yeah. You know, it's funny. I used to. My grandma always thought it was weird, but I would take my Game Boy to like weird little. I was always. I was like a cat. I liked little nooks. So one time I built a tree. I built a tree house, and she's like, "What are you doing up there?" And I was like, "I'm playing my Game Boy." She's like, "You, that's what you want to do in your treehouse?" You know, she grew up in the 40s and 50s. She's like, "What? You built a treehouse to go play video games?" I'm like, "Yeah, I had my Game Boy." Like, come on, dude. And another one was there was this greenhouse that they weren't using anymore, and the greenhouse was so cool. You know, had that like the plastic wrap around the windows because it was meant to like, you know, create humidity. And but it just like made the room look really cool. And I went in there and I would game. And she's like, "What are you doing here?" I'm like, "Playing my Game Boy." She's like, "Why in here?" I'm like, "It's cool in here." My cousin fell down a chute of hay bales. Dang. Landed on chicken. I had a lap chicken once. I had, you know, as I got older, I wasn't afraid of chickens or anything anymore after they attacked me viciously in the eye. And I'd feed them and like hang out with them. Well, so every season my grandma would like let all of her grandchildren go and like pick little chicks from the feed store to add to the population. And I was famous for I always gravitated toward the runts. I always liked to get runts. And my grandma, in the first few years we did this, she would not dispute. She'd let you get whatever one you wanted, and it was yours because she was like trying to teach responsibility. Like, you're gonna take care of the chicken. Like, you're gonna, you know what I mean? And having a grandkid pick it for themselves is like picking a Pokemon. It's like yours, you know? And you have to take care of it. And I always used to choose the runts. And for the first few years, she was like, kind of would like roll her eyes, like, okay, because she knew that it might not survive, right? But then it turned out every year, like I'd pick the runt. The runt, I always picked like the champion. It became like the biggest producer of eggs. It would become the strongest one and stuff like that. So then she started being like, she started taking little Livet around. She's like, "Please pick these animals, pick them, because you pick these weird ones that turn out great." But I had a lap chicken that would, it was this black hen, and it was comfortable enough to like hang out with humans and like jump up on my lap. And like, it was only my lap though, because it knew me, and it would like hang out. And it was cool because there was all these she was an older woman. She had these older friends, and they would all be like, "I've never seen a chicken do that." I'm like, "Yeah, I know. My little Torchic, you know." I didn't eat strudel. Do you mean toaster strudel? That was in my household. Toaster strudels were like rich kid food. I always used to disappear into the hayloft and play and be left alone. Yeah, I was similar. I call it being like a cat because you find cats in the weirdest places. Just like sitting. I grew up pretty much in the middle of the bush. I know what that means. That means in the middle of nowhere. Right? Or like wilderness. Oh my god. Dude, I thought this was a wild Cubone at first, and I kind of saw at the corner of my eye when it flipped its bone. I thought it was the shiny animation. I was about to lose my mind. Completely surrounded by pine trees and other general bush stuff. My brother and I used to go into the bush. Nice. Where do you live now? Let me guess. You know, it's Australia. You've only got like 3 cities. Let me guess. Melbourne? Brisbane? That's another one. What else you guys got down there? I'll go with those two. You live in one of those two, or near one of those two. Tell me I'm right. Sorry, my chat is not updating for some reason. Why is my chat not updating? Huh. I see what you guys are saying on the other. I have it up on a different part. Why is that not working? Underdog livid stat bonus, yeah. That's mainland Australia. I live in Tasmania, the tiling and down bottom. I know what that is. I know what that is. That's where you guys hide the tigers. That totally aren't extinct. Brewham views on Angel White and Mad Max. Well, he better say Mad Max is fucking sweet. No idea who Angel White is. Mad Max is pretty good for the first two. I think that's a fair assessment. Hold on, Fury Road is great, by the way, if you've never seen it. Brewham, I got more Aussie questions. You ever been to I don't know what they call it, but you ever been to like the Steve Irwin's zoo? Is that like the Hajj for Australians? Everybody has to make the journey. Not a good Mad Max movie. Okay, I don't mind that. You know, because I say the same thing about like Zelda Breath of the Wild. I think it's a really good game, but I don't think it's like the best Zelda game. If that makes sense. I think you have a few Aussies in chat. Are you one? You know, we talked about American patriotism earlier. But you know what? I feel like my social media presence has always been very international. Number one is like I genuinely feel like there's more Australians that watch me than Americans. Then it goes Dutch. Then it goes Americans. So my own people won't even have my back. Haven't been there. It's honestly more of a tourist thing from what I gather. Oh. What is Bluey? I don't know if that's a bad word. Where are you from, Curb? What's living on Tasmania like, man? Is that like, does it feel like pretty remote? Like, are you born and raised in Tasmania? Or is that where you live now? Fun fact, the big semi crash in Mad Max 2 was practical effect, and they literally had the stunt driver make his will before the stunt, and he had to too fast before the stunt in case emergency surgery was needed. Wow. You know what? That makes sense. What was Mad Max 2 in the 80s? Melbourne. Nice. Oh, sorry, Melbourne. Oh God, who's that comedian? He's Australian. I like him a lot. What's his name? He made fun of Melbourne one time because he said he had a breakup. God, what's his name? It's super relaxed, born and raised here, way less in terms of big city here. Apparently infinitely less traffic, great people, everyone for the most part is chill. Yeah, I mean, I believe it. You got Australia is already like feels like it's remote. I know you have big cities, but you're kind of in the corner of the world, and then there's Tasmania, which is the corner of the world. What is his name? I found him, but it didn't show his name. I don't know if I'd show you if you guys would know who he's talking about or who he is. Do you know who that is? He's an Australian comedian. He's very funny. James something. It's James something. Brewham, my state is like that. I don't know if you know much about Washington State, but I live in Western Washington State, and I always compare it to, it looks like Ewok Village in Star Wars. It's like trees everywhere. I don't know, how often do you leave Tasmania? Because a thing happens to me. I swear to God, this is real. My brother said there's a term for it, but whenever I left, to go work, whether it be in the military or contracting or something, and I'd go to places that were like low to the ground or like low or near sea level, I get really uncomfortable when I can't see trees and I can't see mountain ranges. Like it's a weird like sinking feeling. Like I feel like if it rains too hard, like I'll be underwater. It doesn't like cripple my day or like it doesn't make me not be able to do or function, but it's like a weird like anxiety thing that happens where I'm like, I don't feel great until I'm at home in near mountains and trees. Loves the Navy. The ladies do anyway, from what I heard back in the day. See, I heard like Australian women love American sailors, but I feel like that was probably like World War II, pre-Vietnam era. When I saw the Australian Navy, we used to talk about, dude, so in America Navy, you can't have beards, right? And it was something we always wanted because it was like, why can't we have beards? And in Bahrain, it was like a joint base for all of America's allies. So like Japanese Navy would show up, Australian Navy, British Navy, French. When the terror attacks happened in France, they sent a carrier group to the Middle East to kind of, kick some ass a bit. And they stayed in Bahrain with us. And anyway, when we saw the Australians, we would joke because the Australians were allowed to have beards in the Navy. And we would say, wow, it's incredible that their boats can still float, even though they have beards. Like, because we're like, somehow their Navy can function and they have beards. It's weird. It's almost like, you should let us have beards, because clearly they can still do it. Bro, that's real. I left Washington, and the lack of mountain causes serious anxiety. Yep. I always thought it was a psyop to get people to go to Eastpak. A lot of people from Tasmania leave for Tassie. Oh, is that the cool? What is it? For holidays. But a lot of them end up moving to Melbourne because it's basically a bigger version of Tassie's cities. And yeah, I feel like the armed force thing is a very World War II thing. Yeah. There's still like this like dreamy for American thing in like Japan, because I still hear that to this day. In the Philippines too, but that's more, it's less like, when it comes to Japan, they still like admire American things a lot. Philippines and Southeast Asia, it's more like, oh, there's a meal ticket, or like, I gotta marry that American man so I can go live in America. But it's not like a oh my God, like the reverence for America. Like when I was in Europe, I lived in Spain for a few years. The Spanish around the base liked America because their livelihood depended on the base, right? So they're selling products to Americans. Their family their family members are getting married to Americans, so like they like Americans, but like if you left, it's not like they were in danger or anything, but they'd be like, the first thing they ask you is like, oh, do you like Trump, or like, do you like Obama, or do you know what I mean? Like they kind of want you to speak for the country and like defend the country, like you're the ambassador or something. British, in my experience, were very snooty to me. Not online, of course. British people, like on YouTube and on my streams, very nice. British people in person, very rude to live in. Yes, Quilava is named after Wes. I was gonna name like everything, but I'm only like powering through the game with one Pokemon, so no point. For the Final Fantasy II video, I'm sure I'll name some more people. I like kind of what I'm doing. I want to credit people who watch the stream, and I want to credit people who are, you know, our YouTube channel members, and then patrons. Try to give them a little bit extra, you know. We have a lot of people from the Philippines here, very multicultural and big on immigration. Well, Australia. Or Tasmania. I still want to go to Japan someday. I just started, like, I don't really know much about early Japanese history. Like, I still don't know the difference between, like, Sengoku period and, like, other periods. Like, I don't really know. But it's so interesting. It's a very old country historically, as far as, like, records. Like, you can go back pretty far and, like, learn about all their different wars and emperors and stuff. It's very interesting. If you get an executor, I demand it be named Echo. Yes, you've earned that. Australia as a whole. Tasmania gets a lot of people from Nepal, and I've been learning for a bit of while at work. Kind of cool, to be honest. What do you do for work? What do you do for work, Curb? Melbourne has the biggest population of Greeks outside of Greece. I didn't know that. Japan is the mecca for people who enjoy the manga video games. They're right. I mean, come on, dude. It's the promised land. Like, I always want to live in America. But I'd love to... If I could somehow be a big, successful YouTuber, I feel like I'd visit Japan, like, numerous times, but I'd live in America. Floor staff in the cafe. Okay. Do you like it? Were you in Spain for the Navy? Yeah. That was my last duty station before I got out. I work in a hotel bar, and you hear so many stories, and I get a ton of different cultures doing it. That's the thing, like, in my perception, like, America is very diverse, tons of different cultures, but it's a big country, so it's like, it's regionalized. So like in Washington State, lots of Asian immigrants and Mexican. But like in Michigan, there's tons of people from Somalia. You know what I mean? But like I'm nowhere close to Michigan. But that's where, like, if you do military, then you really get a taste of like everything. Don't strain my eyes. Well, you just want to see my beautiful face. That's okay. You can just say it. You can just say, Livid, I want to see your beautiful face. And I can turn on the light. You don't have to lie to me. Everybody that visits Japan goes back eventually. And then I lived in Naples, Italy for like 6 months. But that kind of freaked me out. They drive crazy. And the mob still exists. It's weird. Did you know MA2, MA1 Bowers? I can't remember his rank at the time, but he was a handler as well. Yeah. Bowers was, I like Bowers a lot. Bowers was, the only, like, I don't know if you still talk to him. Bowers was the only guy who, like, seemed to not, like, my experience in Spain wasn't great. And it's why I wanted to get out. And Bowers was, like, the only guy, he was an MA1 at the time, that didn't kind of go along with some bullshit, because he knew me really well. And he knew what kind of person I was, what kind of handler I was, and he wasn't going along with some bullshit that was trying to happen. And I always respected him for that. Brazilians in Boston for some reason. Oh, there's a lot of Brazilians in Boston. It's funny you say that. Western Washington is a lot of Asians, immigrants, but Eastern Washington is a ton of Slavic. I've gotten tons of use out of the Russian language. It's the same in Australia. I learned different countries' embassies actually designate quotas, I suppose, for each state and percentages of their people that come here to live. I think what happens is, like, there's some kind of initiative usually that, like, wants certain people to come, and, you know, so they can get set up quickly and stuff. Like, for example, there's a town here called Leavenworth. It's like all German theme. You know, you get a few families of Germans that live in a part of, you know, it's specifically Bavarian, and then they start telling their family, hey, come to America, come to our town, and that's, you know, it develops from there. Me and Bowers are from the same town. We went to school together in high school. Are you still buddies with him? Yeah, I liked Bowers. Kind of, it's just, it's awkward because just a fucked up situation happened. I mean, not really involving me, to be honest, but I mean, I'll say it, I don't care. We had a chief who was, like, trying to hook up with a junior sailor and, like, harassing her and, like, hitting her up on her phone and, like, doing all this stuff. And, like, I was supposed to be, like, her mentor. I never crossed that boundary. So I never hooked up with junior sailors. Like, if I was in charge of somebody, nothing, there was never any, like, you know, I kept it professional. And we had a chief. So for anybody, like, listening to this, Chief was a far higher rank than me and should have had much more professionalism than me, but I had way more than him. And that chief kind of, like, made me the black sheep. And they wanted Bowers to be like, oh, isn't he, like, terrible at his job? Isn't he the worst? And Bowers was like, no. Like, he's been great since he's been here. And they were, like, mad at him for not kind of throwing me under the bus. Which a lot of people would have done. They would have been like, they hate this guy. They're going to hate me if I don't say something bad. A lot of people would have done that, unfortunately. You were in Leavenworth for Oktoberfest? Damn, dude. You were like an hour away from me. Maybe less. Did you go all the way from Idaho to Leavenworth? It's a pretty far drive. Okay, I'm going to try Whitney again. I haven't talked to him in years, unfortunately, and you're describing the situation that was pervasive through the entire Navy. Big reason I hate the goat locker. Same. Again, our similarities are, you know, pretty prevalent. I was so disillusioned with the Chiefs mess, and it's unique because I didn't really know how E7s and above, how that culture was for Army, for Air Force, for Marine Corps. And the Navy's E7, the goat locker essentially, is very different. And like, it's a cabal of fucking losers that defend each other and like play games and screw over junior sailors to protect each other, no matter what. There is no right. It's just defend chiefs, defend the anchors. I saw, dude, and as an MA, you get to see crazy stuff. Like, so policy in the Navy is like, say a service member and a spouse have a domestic dispute. No matter who's in the right, who's in the wrong, the spouse, so the non-military member, gets to stay in the house with any kids. And the military member has to go stay at a barracks or has to stay on base somewhere. Well, there was a chief that got into a domestic dispute. He like beat his wife, and the chiefs got together and were telling us, the MAs, and our own Master at Arms chiefs were telling us to kick her out and that he could stay in the house with his kids even though he beat her. And I was like disgusted. You know, I don't even like talking about that stuff. And then at the end of the week, when they do safety stand downs, they'll tell you that you're held at a higher standard and like you need to do everything the right way every time. And we do it. We're chiefs. We set the example. It's like they never did. And what Chad is saying, like, it was not just one base. It was the entire Navy behaved like this. Like, no matter where you went. That's where I started. You know, I was at 3 duty stations, like Florida, Pensacola, Bahrain, and Spain. And it was like, by the time I got to Spain, and I was like, okay, 3 different places where I've seen this same behavior over and over and over again. And these are people, like, in command of you, telling you what to do. And they're, like, the worst. In fact, so Chad, Bowers actually, like, ran the kennels. And he was a first class. And it was Bowers and a bunch of other second classes. Me and a few others. We ran the kennel great. So we got this chief who... It's a crazy thing. So we got this chief who was accused of sexual harassment at Mainside, where normal cops are. Sent him to the kennels as a punishment because it was full of guys. So they figure, oh, we'll send him to the kennels. He can't sexually harass women over there. Well, then we get a new female handler who's like right out of boot camp. And then what do you think he does? Immediately gets her numbers, like hitting her up, blasting up her phone, like trying to hook up with her. This girl's like 18 years old. He's like in his damn near 50s. And she's intimidated, you know? This is a big, high-ranking military guy, like, making her uncomfortable. Anyway, sorry, guys, you didn't ask for that. You'll tell me a DM, okay. Reminds me of a couple years in Navy cadets as a kid. Was good, instilled a bunch of good habits. But I stopped doing it because our CEO's wife suddenly left and drained his accounts, and he offed him. So wow, really kind of made it weird for a lot of us going, yeah. So Brewhim, that's what I insist and what I tell people is like, I actually defend like the structure of the Navy, and if it was actually treated as it was designed, it enforced like it was designed, I actually think the American military is like great for people who want to change their lives and like see the world, serve their country. Yes, there's patriotism. But it's the people you share it with that like completely turn it into something disgusting, and like just it depends on. I think you have a higher chance of having a bad experience with bad leadership than you do of like you had great leadership throughout your career. And to give you a little bit of insight, it's very hard to get kicked out of the military. I mean, short of conducting or doing some of the worst crimes you could think of, it's hard to get kicked out of the military for disciplinary reasons. And there's actually incentives that they used to have when I was in that, you know, we used to call them shitbags. Shitbags will get like promoted over time because the longer you stay in, we used to have these tests, and they used to have things called P&A points, pass but not advance. And the longer you stayed in, even if you suck, like even if you're the worst worker, the worst sailor, just as long as you stay in, you'll keep collecting these PNA points and eventually you'll get promoted. And so what does that do? That incentivizes people to never get out who suck. And then people like me and Chad and other people who are great, we get so tired of these awful people that we have to work for. Because somebody who's in charge of you, it's not that he's like, wow, he got this rank because he's just so qualified and he knows his job so good. It could have been he's just been a shitbag his whole life and he's just like failed upwards. And that person is like telling you what to do, messing up everything, making your job harder. 100% get you though. A bunch of kids at school who couldn't pay attention were general assholes, did cadets and made them a lot better, heaps more focused. Yeah, yes. And the ones that don't get better, imagine if they just kept getting promoted. And because they were there 10 years before you, they're your boss. Like, a Blusher spiking and being reminded of that shit. He told me a little bit about the kennel situation. So last time I saw him, over beers when I was getting out. Wow, it's funny. And he was talking about Spain specifically. It was, I mean, here, I'll finish it. Okay. So the kennels in Spain, this chief I've been talking about who like sexually harassed this girl. So my first kennel in Florida, we heard about like this situation where a chief had gotten removed from a kennel for sexual harassment. And it was like big news. I never knew who this was. My first command was Pensacola, Florida, so I didn't know names. But I remembered that, and for some reason it stuck in my brain. I heard about this chief at Kings Bay, Georgia, who got kicked out, or got moved from the kennel, but not on paper disciplined, just was taken out of the kennel. Because this is what happens to chiefs. They never get actual, like, punishments. Ask Chad. They never get punishments. They just get, like, I used to liken it to Catholic priests. Because when Catholic priests would get caught with things with boys, they always just got moved, right? That's how they treat chiefs. When chiefs do something wrong, they just move them around, right? Okay, so this happens in Florida. I hear about this. Fast forward like 7 years later. I'm in Spain now. And we at the kennels with Bowers, who we've been talking about, and everything's running smooth. The dogs are great. The handlers are great. We're doing our jobs. Paperwork's great. It was a kennel full of like pretty seasoned people in the canine world. And so we hear we're getting this chief that messed up over at Mainside, which is like normal cops. And he's gonna, because he used to be in a kennel, he has like the qualifications to be in a kennel. So they figure, oh, we'll send him over there. It's a bunch of guys and he has the canine certification. And we think like, why are you sending a person who's in trouble over here? Because like, we saw canine as like a privilege. Like that's you get to work and play with dogs all day. That's a privilege. Like that's not a punishment. Why would you send somebody over here if that's like a punishment? Sure enough, it was easier to just send him over there to work with us. So he shows up. This guy doesn't know anything about dog handling anymore because he's referencing stuff like our instructions for being dog handlers had changed like 3 times. So he's making us do paperwork incorrectly because, oh, I remember when I used to do it like this. We're like, no, like it's written down. We have to do it like this. We're going to have an inspection and they're going to hand us our ass because you're messing up. Like you're making us do bad things. And everything he said about dogs sucked. Like you could tell he was just always a shitty dog handler. So then sure enough, he comes over, he sucks. He makes our life worse. He genuinely like, he's supposed to be a chief. He's supposed to like make life easier on us like admin wise, but it turns out like we have to do admin for him. He's just getting in the way of everything. He's making our training worse. Our dogs are getting worse because he's intervening and doing dumb shit. And then we get a new female handler and he sexually harasses her. So what do you think they do? They move him again. After he kicked me out for trying to make him stop harassing her. And they were trying to like build a case against me. And they wanted Bowers to, they're like, isn't this guy bad? And Bowers was like, no. And they would like kind of lean on him like, are you sure? Because you better tell us the truth. He's like, no, he's fine. And by the time they kicked him out of the kennel and he kicked me out for doing the right thing, they were like, do you want to go back? And I'm like, I'm getting out. I'm done. I'm done with this. I'm not doing this anymore. The fact you kicked me out at all is like, psh, I'm out. The lead at my job the other year was sexting a new hire. Also turns out the safety guy, who was married by the way, was also texting her. Most impressive work, triple jobs. Oh my, what? Oh, jobs. Okay. I thought that was like a crazy love triangle thing. When I was contracting, there was a crazy love triangle thing. It was so the dogs were government, and then I was a contractor, so we got government dogs, but the government dogs would stay somewhere, and they would have these civilian workers taking care of them, and I guess this woman like cheated. They all three of them worked at the facility taking care of the dogs, and then like this woman who was married, she started cheating on her husband with a coworker, and then she broke it off with that guy, and that guy went and took both of them out. Caught a shiny Roselia while doing a request. Nice, dude. Good job. I caught Sudowoodo. Yay! I kind of want to reset because I saved in front of it. I wasn't recording, and I want to get the shot. I'm going to do it. I'm sorry. I'm doing it. I wanted to get the shot of before I click on him. Sorry, guys. You guys are seeing how the meat is made. Livid just casually revealing horrible corruption in the military in a Pokemon stream. I know. I started to become self-aware as I was saying it. I'm like, what the fuck am I talking about? Talk about the game. Him on it, and he got demoted and higher tenured. Say that again, Chad? What do you... Bro catching monsters and upping his dex passively. What D&D class is this? Seems busted. Did Brewham and directing like Kojima? I was gonna say, so I don't really play D&D, but I kind of, when I made the Final Fantasy video, I figured out that how much it was really inspired by D&D, and like there's so many things like, my friend was teaching his son how to play D&D, and he was talking about spell slots, and you get a certain amount of spells per slot, and I'm like, dude, this is so cool. Like I know what he's saying now because I played Final Fantasy 1, and it's like it's heavily inspired. So I was like, oh, I know what he means by that now. Don't get me wrong, it's a wild ass story. No, I understand. Time and a place. The FBI is on the way. I'm not afraid of the FBI. Fuck them. I want to talk about corrupt. Yeah, I mean, I shouldn't say this, but I had an opportunity to work for another government organization, not contractor, like legit government employee, the highest of the high for K9, and they accepted my application. I just had to go through the process, and I was like, dude, I want to be a YouTuber. I want to talk about Pokemon. Ooh, ooh. Dude, come on. I was saying, I'm sorry you had to deal with that shit, but he got burnt. He got to burn a chief for inappropriate shit. He was wearing anchors and not paid as a chief, so was fired and got demoted. Is that what he... Hold on. Is that what he said happened in Spain? God, because that is like the most incredible epilogue to... Because that... I'm pretty sure we're talking about the same guy. That is the most incredible epilogue. What a small world if that's... If I get resolution and that chief got everything he had coming to him, that is so... That makes my year. My man turned on Men in Black to talk about Quilava. To be honest, man, like, yeah, like dude, look what I get to do. To me, hanging out with the boys, and maybe any females watching, highly unlikely, hang out with the boys, talking about Pokemon, making YouTube content. Guys, is this not the dream? It's a funny connection that I learned the reverse. Didn't know Final Fantasy had spell slots like D&D until I watched your video. Yeah, so it's... And obviously I learned it the opposite direction. Like, I didn't know that was a D&D thing at all. Different chief, one from my command before I left. Sorry to crush you. Okay. Yeah, you know, because the timing didn't make sense, because I've talked to Bowers in the years since. And he would have definitely told me that. So I was like, well, why wouldn't he have said that if we talked like a few years ago? Got a shower before work. I'll be off. Have a good one. All right, have a good one. Been awesome hanging out with you, man. Curb, are you gonna leave me? I think it's unlucky if I stream without an Australian watching. The FBI will come after me. You have the girlfriend, you're already more powerful than 90% of the randoms on the internet. Yeah. Truth. I thought it was funny, that guy that thought she was AI. I was like, some people, like, they can't fathom it. They're like, no way. No way. I showed her that too. Of course, that's what I would say. Nothing but looking at the moon to do. I'm not heading out just yet. Dude, I don't know what... I've never heard that saying. That's a cool saying. Look at this cross-cultural permutation. Nothing to do. Nothing but looking at the moon to do. It's powerful stuff, dude. Is that Aristotle? Voltana, okay, you've been lurking. Ozzy's still here. Been listening to your stories while completing living days. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry I didn't scare you guys. I know I got very salty. Also, I think random shiny Roselia is pretty lucky. You're welcome. I'll take credit for that. How do I get in touch with you offline? I don't think I have an active number for Bowers, and I would love to get back in touch with them. Just join my Discord. You can hit me up on the Discord. I see. I see, Curb. I think my... No, I healed my Sudowoodo. We're all pretty pasty. We got dark pretty fast, yeah. I suspect... Okay, is anybody in chat younger than 25? If not, we can handle life, dude. You, Onio? I did not expect that. I thought I was surely safe with the 25. Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you had to hear about the harshness of life when it's still so pure and innocent for you. You too, Curb? Oh, Jesus. I didn't know I had sweet, innocent souls hearing all this. Don't give up on the world like I did. Don't give up on the world or me just yet, so I could beat this drowsy. Oh my god, I'm getting dream eatered, man. This is embarrassing. Luckily he's burned. Come on, wake up! Wake up! Is this a world record? Is this the FBI? They were watching, weren't they? That wasn't just a joke. Are you out of your fucking mind? I thought it could only last like 5 turns. Look what they did to me. Shit. I'll live it, live it. We're using drowsy. Is that an FBI drowsy? Making sure to stay asleep for 10 turns. Okay, guys, I think I'm gonna call it there. Been streaming for 5.5 hours. I'm tired and hungry. I will be back tomorrow. I love you guys. Even the Aussies. Just because you were using a Growlithe and Drowsy, probably would have blasted. Okay, Chad, it was great to meet you and hang out with you. Brewham,